Priyanka, can you see me? Hello? Hello, Priyanka, can you see me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and visible both.
Thank you.
Namaskar, ma'am.
Namaskar, Priyanka, namaskar.
Yes. In 2 minutes, we'll be starting with the session, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good morning, Priyanka ma'am.
Good morning.
Dr. Priyanka, Hindu College, Jeend.
Hanji, good morning, ma'am.
How are
We'll
you?
be starting with the program shortly.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, we'll be starting with our program now. Honorable Professor Sachidanand Mohanty ji, respected Professor Joya Chakravarti, respected Shri Ramlal Gupta ji, President College Management Committee, respected Principal Dr. Arthit Rehan, Dr. Kavita, convener of the seminar and head Department of English, my fellow colleagues, and delegates from across the state and the country. A very good morning to all of you. It is an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to this one-day national seminar on Indian knowledge system, harmonizing culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought, organized by Department of English, Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahabad, Markanda. The seminar is approved by DGHE, Panchkula, Haryana, and it aims to explore the rich intellectual traditions of India and their relevance in the contemporary society. We are once again delighted to have a distinguished gathering of scholars, academicians, and students who have come together to engage in thought-provoking discussions and share valuable insights. As we embark on this enlightening journey of knowledge and wisdom, let us invoke the blessings of Ma Saraswati, the goddess of learning, wisdom, and creativity. The lamp we light today is not just a source of illumination, it symbolizes the eradication of ignorance and the pursuit of knowledge. I request our esteemed dignitaries in virtual to kindly join us for the ceremonial lamp lighting ceremony. I request President of the College, Sri Ramlal Gupta ji, the convener of the seminar, principal, senior faculty, the organizing team to join for the lamp lighting. Please play the Saraswati Vandana.
ऐसे सुन रही हूँ मैं तो।
हेलो प्रफुल्ल हाँ को
कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसार परमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा। हस्ते
Thank you, Surabhi ma'am and
विदधतिं
May the divine light of knowledge guide us towards intellectual growth and enlightenment. As the lamp glows, dispelling darkness, let it also ignite the flame of curiosity and learning within us all. I thank you. And now I take the privilege to invite our respected principal, Dr. Arthi Trehan, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest Professor Sachidanand Mohanty ji, National Fellow IAS Shimla, Member UGC Ministry of Education, Government of India, as well as former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha, India. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Joya Chakravarti ji, former Head Department of English, as well as Education Department, former Dean Faculty of Arts, former Director, School of Humanities, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, respected President of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shri Ramlal Gupta ji, worthy delegates from all over India, faculty members, convener of seminar, Dr. Kavita Mehta, co-convener, Dr. Priyanka Singh, organizing secretary, Madam Yogita, and all the members of organizing committee, a very warm greetings to all of you. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I am here today to welcome you all to this DGHE approved one-day national seminar on Indian knowledge system, harmonizing culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought. At present times, despite the influence of modernization, the Indian knowledge system continues to be a vital part of Indian society and serves as a source of evidence and inspiration for individuals and communities. Its teaching on compassion, unanimity, and justice have shaped Indian culture and continue to influence the global community. It acknowledges the interconnectedness of all aspects of existence, from individual to society, from human beings to nature, and from physical to spiritual. Moreover, it has also played a crucial role in shaping the Indian way of life, promoting harmony and balance, and instilling a deep sense of spirituality and community. Its influence is still visible in day-to-day India, making it a crucial aspect of the country's identity and heritage. This event brings together some of the most distinguished academicians, educators, and stakeholders from across the nation to discuss and deliberate upon one of the most critical aspects of Indian knowledge system, to give insights on its significant contribution to humanity, making it a valuable and timeless legacy for generations to come. Hence, in the current era of rapid transformation and innovation, traditional Indian knowledge system can enhance and enrich contemporary practices in various domains. At the heart of today's seminar lies a shared aspiration to explore innovative strategies, sustainable practices, and collaborative approaches from Indian knowledge system that can redefine the standards of education and society in our country. To guide us in this significant dialogue, we have a luminary as our chief guest, a national fellow from Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, member UGC, Ministry of Education, Government of India, as well as former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha, India, Honorable Professor Sachidanand Mohanty ji. Namaskar, sir. Sir is a leader whose vision, expertise, and tireless dedication to the cause of education have left an indelible mark. It is my privilege and honor to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest and presidential address speaker, Professor Sachidanand Mohanty ji. Sir, you are a distinguished scholar, an inspiring academic leader, and prolific writer, and have made remarkable contributions to the field of British, American, and post-colonial studies, as well as institutional history and early women's writing. Your vast academic experience, including your tenure as Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Odisha and your leadership roles in the esteemed institutions like the University of Hyderabad, speaks volume of your dedication to education and research. Your presence today enriches this occasion. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and we eagerly look forward to your invaluable insights. We express our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for gracing us with your presence. We are confident that your words will leave a lasting impact on all of us. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Joya Chakravarti ji, former head Department of English and Education also, and former Dean Faculty of Arts, former Director, School of Humanities, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Madam, we are delighted to welcome you to this seminar. We are eager to gain from your vast expertise and learn from the knowledge you bring to this platform. Your words will undoubtedly inspire and enlighten us. We look forward to an engaging and enlightening session with you. I now also extend my warmest welcome to all the delegates from the nation and faculty members joining us today from all over India. It is through your collective wisdom, experiences, and commitment that we can unlock new possibilities for transforming the educational and society landscape of our nation. As we embark on this day of discussion, reflections, and knowledge sharing, once again, I extend a warm welcome and express my heartfelt gratitude for our honorable and distinguished chief guest, Professor Sachidanand Mohanty ji, esteemed keynote speaker, Joya Chakravarti ji, and all of you joining us today for the presence and your support. I also express my gratitude to all the members of organizing committee and convener of this seminar, Dr. Kavita Mehta, co-convener Dr. Priyanka Singh, organizing secretary, Madam Yogita, present here for your commitment and efforts in making this event a reality. Let us work together to identify actionable strategies and transformative ideas to inculcate Indian knowledge system in the field of education as well as social structure. Thank you all, and wishing all of us a fruitful and enriching day ahead.
Well, thank you so much for your inspiring words and for your welcome address as well. I now invite Dr. Kavita Mehta, convener of the seminar, to present the theme of
Honorable Chief Guest of the session, an eminent personality, Professor Sachidanand Mohanty, National Fellow, IIAS Shimla, Member UGC Ministry of Education, Government of India, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha, keynote speaker, respected Madam Professor Joya Chakravarti, former Head Department of English, former Head Department of Education, former Dean Faculty of Arts, former Director, School of Humanities, University of Jaipur. Honorable President of the Managing Committee, Shri Ramlal Gupta ji, respected Principal Dr. Arti Trehan, Senior Faculty of the College, delegates throughout the country, a warm good morning to all of you. Indian Knowledge System. The theme of the one-day national seminar, Indian Knowledge System, Harmonizing Culture, Philosophy, Education, Economic Thought, and various aspects are covered. Let us introduce the Indian Knowledge System in a brief bio note of the spiritual legacy of the country. Indian Knowledge System is an ocean of wisdom, vast and profound, carrying the currents of ancient philosophy, science, culture, and economic thought. It is not merely a collection of facts, but a living, breathing tradition that has evolved ever, embracing the cosmic dance of intellectual and the spirituality of the country. Not in the country, but in the world also. From the intricate mathematics of Aryabhat to the holistic healing of the Ayurveda, from the metaphysical depth of the Upanishads and the architectural marvel of Vastu Shastra, every discipline within the Indian knowledge system is interwoven like a grand symphony of knowledge. It does not separate science from philosophy, nor economics from ethics. Instead, it harmonizes them into a seamless fabric of existence also. At its heart lies a vision of interconnectedness, of man with nature, of reason with intuition, of tradition and innovation. It speaks of dharma, not merely as duty, but as a cosmic law that governs balance and progress. It teaches us to see knowledge not as a possession, but as a sacred trust for the welfare of all. Indian knowledge system is a rich and diverse collection of knowledge, brief and practices developed over thousands of years in the Indian subcontinent. It is rooted in the ancient text of Vedas and Upanishads, Quran, and has evolved through the contributions of various civilizations and cultures. It is a holistic approach towards life. Despite the influence of modernization, the Indian knowledge system continues to be a vital part of Indian society and serves as a source of evidence and inspiration for individuals and community as well. Its teaching on compassion, anonymity, and justice have shaped Indian culture and continue to influence the global community. Recently, in G20 summit in India, it was focused on climate change with a particular emphasis on climatic finance and technology, as well as ensuring just energy transitions for developing countries, which promotes environmentally conscious practices and based on India's sustainable traditions. In the thick of philosophical insight, scientific and advancement and spiritual practices in Indian knowledge system had made significant contributions to humanity, making it a timeless and valuable legacy for the generations to come. To study Indian knowledge system is to embark a journey through time and consciousness, diverging echoes of ancient wisdom in the modern world. It is a reminder that knowledge is not just about seeking answers, but about understanding the very essence of life itself. A day is but a drop in the vast ocean of the Indian knowledge system, too brief to encompass its infinite depth, yet powerful enough to set ripples in motion. This seminar, through fleeting, is not an end but a beginning. A spark, a luminous that lights the depth of future generations. It is an invitation to scholars, thinkers, seekers to delve deeper, to weave the past with the present, and to uncover the timeless wisdom that still whispers through the corridors of history. The journey ahead is long, but every great endeavor begins with a single step. And this seminar is a step, it is an initiative for this, for the targeted purposes. This initiative is that a step, a promise, a call to action, and a gateway to a future where tradition and modernity walk hand in hand in blended mode, illuminating the world with the brilliance of ancient knowledge. Objective of the seminar are concerned. It is an effort to foster the interdisciplinary dialogue among scholars, practitioners, students across various fields such as literature, philosophy, science, economics, home science, commerce, enhancing physical education, psychology, understanding of Indian knowledge system. To examine how traditional Indian knowledge can inform and enrich contemporary practices in various domains, including healthcare, education, and environment. To explore the role of literature and cultural narratives in preserving Indian heritage while encouraging innovation and adaptation to the modern context. To discuss the integration of Indian knowledge system into modern educational curricula, emphasizing holistic and experiential learning approaches. To facilitate discussions in the global impact of Indian knowledge system and their contributions to international dialogues on culture, philosophy, and sustainable development. To provide a platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to network, to collaborate, and to share insight, fostering future research and initiative related to the Indian knowledge system. As far as the outcomes of the event are concerned, it will underscore the relevance of ancient texts like Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bible, Quran, Guru Granth Sahib, and all, and will help to solve contemporary challenges. This conference will focus on Indian knowledge system, which is gradually being woven into new education policy 2020. This conference will provide a deep philosophical insight. This conference will bridge traditional values and modernity in a soothing blend. So thank you, Dr. Priyanka, for providing me the chance for the theme of the seminar. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kavita. And to set the tone of the seminar, we now head towards the keynote address by our distinguished speaker, Professor Joya Chakravarti, former head Department of English, former head Department of Education, former dean, Faculty of Arts, former director, School of Humanities, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Before I invite her for the session, I would like to present a very brief profile. Professor Joya Chakravarti is a distinguished academic and retired professor from the Department of English, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. With an illustrious career spanning decades, she has made significant contributions in literature, research, and higher education. She holds multiple degrees from the University of Rajasthan, including MA, MPhil, PhD, a Bachelor's of Journalism and Mass Communication, and an LLB. She has also pursued advanced studies in French, earning a certificate, diploma, and postgraduate diploma in the language. Professor Chakravarti's academic excellence is evident in her career, securing the position in Masters in English and MPhil at the University of Rajasthan. She was awarded 2 gold medals and was first recipient of the UGC Career Research Award in Humanities at the university. Throughout her career, she has held several key positions, including Dean, Faculty of Arts, Director, School of Humanities, Professor and Head, Department of English, Visiting Professor at Jharkhand University, Ranchi, and North Gujarat University, Professor and Head, Department of Education. Professor Chakravarti has also been actively involved in social initiatives, serving as convener, Legal Cell, that is Shakti Stambh, Home for the Distressed Women, and convener Rehabilitation Cell, Swadhar Graha, a home funded by the Ministry of Social Welfare, Government of India. She has held leadership roles in the university's Women's Association and contributed significantly as Chief Warden and NSS Coordinator. Her research contributions are noteworthy, with 35 published articles, 3 books, including 2 edited volumes, and a major UGC project as co-investigator on Restoring Women's Autobiographies, a cultural dialogics of life narratives as history. She has successfully guided 19 PhD scholars, 10 MPhil dissertations, shaping the next generation of literary scholars. With a rich legacy of academic and social engagement, Dr. Joya Chakravarti continues to inspire and contribute to the fields of literature, gender studies, and cultural narratives. Her keynote address promises to be an insightful and thought-provoking session. With this, I now hand over the session to Professor Joya Chakravarti for the keynote address.
Thank you, Priyanka. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to join this seminar, albeit online. And I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. My greetings to teachers, scholars, and vibrant students who are present here. I express my delight to be in the august presence of Professor Mohanty, an academician par excellence whose scholarship is acknowledged worldwide. My salutations to you, Professor Mohanty. The topic of the seminar, Indian Knowledge System, points towards a holistic development of a student. This development includes knowledge of culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought, along with its various subsidiaries or subdivisions. Right at the outset, let me clarify that there is no one Indian knowledge system. Every state, every region, every age have in their own way contributed to our knowledge system. Despite repeated onslaughts and forced conversion of the masses, the intrinsic quality of our culture has survived and withstood the test of time. The knowledge system talks of a holistic development, and the question arises, how is holistic development possible? Remember the ancient Gurukul systems, which fostered an environment where one felt empowered to take risks and embrace challenges. IKS, or the Indian Knowledge System, combines a unique blend of strategic thinking and leadership potential. This system enables you to navigate without a map through the maze-like life we lead. Our National Education Policy 2020 has given us every reason to rejoice. This policy, so skillfully executed under the able guidance of Dr. Kasturi Rangan, aims to align the country's education system with the needs of the 21st century. The knowledge landscape of the world is changing. With the rise of machine learning and artificial intelligence, many workers who are unskilled will find that the machines have replaced them. But people skilled, and I quote from the National Education Policy, mathematics, computer science, data science, in conjunction with social sciences, science, and humanities, will be in increasing demand, unquote. Introduction, para 2, National Education Policy. The Indian knowledge system, or the Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, has left its imprint worldwide. IKS is an umbrella term, an all-encompassing feature which includes in its fold knowledge gained from languages, art and culture, craft, traditional practices, epic narratives, science, astronomy, mathematics, biodiversity, ecological wisdom, and so on. One has therefore to acquire knowledge for a holistic development. Such a learner will be able to adopt, absorb, innovate, adjust, and adapt to a new environment. To quote our education minister, the real learning thrives in a nurturing environment. The concept note of the seminar stresses on the importance of the ancient texts, the Veds, the Upanishads, the Puranas, and their role in promoting the physical, cultural, and spiritual development of India. The Gurukuls, the mats, the Buddhist monasteries, the Jain centers, the madrasas, the gurudwaras, the missionary schools have all contributed in their own way towards the Indian knowledge system. India is a land of unity in diversity. Here we celebrate the diversity of culture, which promotes harmony and balance and plays a crucial role in shaping the Indian way of life. Our knowledge system promotes a healthy curiosity. Please remember, curiosity only kills the cat. A healthy curiosity will not kill us. A desire to learn more. Students were taught about culture and tradition and the importance of correct religious practices. The Gurukuls nurtured their minds and directed their thoughts towards constructive challenge. Taxila University, Nalanda University were all centers of learning. And Huensang, the Chinese Buddhist monk, applauds Nalanda University as a center for the dissemination of knowledge. Our center, therefore, promotes a desire to learn more. Dialogues with peer groups, with the Guru and his learned disciples, opened up the minds of the student. The Gurukuls nurtured their mind and directed their thoughts towards constructive channels. Indian knowledge system promotes the concept of humanity, of being a humane person who can empathize with another human being on this planet. It also promotes bonding among students. Dialogues enable us to get a different perspective. Knowledge gained and acquired from such seats of learning widens our horizon. Centers of learning enable students to build meaningful connections, and this in turn promotes their growth and helps them to advance in their careers. Remember NEP 2020. Leadership is not about power alone. It is about responsibilities. Knowledge should not promote arrogance. It should make a person humble. Wisdom lies in doing one's duty with integrity and honesty. Decisions should not be taken in a hurry. Consultations with seniors can result in constructive progress. IKS makes us feel proud of our vibrant culture, our rich heritage, and our unmatched hospitality. Sincerity was gained at the feet of the Guru along with knowledge. The Guru taught the students to be sincere. Sri Krishna and Sudama went to the same Gurukul. Our knowledge system promotes the concept of knowing oneself. One can know oneself by learning, thinking, or reflecting over what one has learned and then meditating upon it. Yoga helps to meditate and internalize what we have learned. We must let go of the external pressures. Gyan, knowledge, vidya should promote humility. The Hitupdesh rightly says, Vidya datati vinaya. With this realization comes, then the conflict of dualism dissolves and we understand ourselves. Indian knowledge systems are like academic powerhouses. The very fact that we have survived despite the onslaught of invaders, looters, and colonizers is a testament to our adaptability and foresight. These days, the incidence of depression and suicide is on the rise among the children. Yoga and meditation can help such children. The world has realized the importance of yoga, and the International Yoga Day is celebrated on the 21st of June. Meditation helps us to reflect on our behavior, and it teaches a person to look forward to a better tomorrow. It is a fact that not everyone went to Gurukuls. Those that did not or could not go acquired knowledge by attending satsangs, hearing pravachans, or sitting in the company of those who were fortunate to go to Gurukuls. Professor N.K. Pandey, former chairman of the Hindi Granth Academy, tells me that the great poet Akha, a Sunar by birth, left Gujarat and came to Banaras via Mathura. At a seat of learning, he worked as a helper, and when satsangs were organized, he listened to these pravachans by standing near the door. He learned a lot by listening to discussions and then went on to write poetry. Among the four castes then prevalent in ancient India, one particular caste did not go to Gurukuls, but members of this caste had knowledge, expertise, and they were skilled in the jobs assigned to their caste. Their journey was extremely different, and they led a difficult life. I sincerely think that we don't learn much from sameness as we learn from differences. Sri Krishna and Sudama's life stories illustrate my point. Literature plays a great role in the overall development of a human being. Literature, which includes both written and oral forms, arouses our interest and compels us to think from newer perspectives. A skillful wordsmith uses words in an explicit and implicit manner so that the readers can glean the meanings therein. The Ministry of Education and the UGC have launched the Asmita project. Asmita means augmenting study materials in Indian languages through translation and academic writing. Translation of the original book in Indian languages across various disciplines will help us to integrate Indian languages into the education system. Translation has always posed a problem because it's not possible to do a word-to-word translation. The Ministry of Education has therefore launched the Bahubhasha Shabdkosh multilingual dictionary. This will help us to use Indian words and phrases in new domains of knowledge and share our knowledge with the world. I do feel that in translation, sometimes The nuances and essence of the original language is lost, but translation helps us to understand some aspects of the culture of the other regions. There are many definitions of the term Sahitya, literature or literary compositions. Acharya Ramchandra Shukla calls it, within quotes, Mangal ki sadhana avastha. According to Munshi Premchand, Sahitya is like, within quotes, a mashal which gives direction to the people. The 12th century scholar Mamet, who theorized poetics, is of the opinion that Sahitya or literary writings neutralizes those elements which are against the welfare of the people. Sahitya holds up a mirror to society and enables the readers to have an insight into societal norms. The Sanskrit scholar V.S. Apte, who compiled the Student Sanskrit English Dictionary, has given 4 different meanings for the word Sahitya. According to him, Sahitya is 1. Association, fellowship, combination, society. 2. Literary or theoretical compositions. 3rd, the science of rhetoric, art of poetry. And 4th, a collection of materials for the production or performance of anything. Page 602, the page number I'm referring to, edition 1968, brought out by Motilal Banarsi Das. While the Hindi word defines Sahit of Sahitya as welfare, the literal meaning of Sahitya in the Sanskrit word is inclusive. Sahitya includes good as well as bad literary materials. It is important to remember that languages and dialects change after every 10 miles or so. We have lost a lot of languages primarily because when people migrated, they tried to integrate themselves with the languages spoken in those areas. So their original languages underwent a change. People who remained behind eventually died, and the languages died with them. So the literary works, if any, written on those languages could not be deciphered or decoded. Till date, if I'm not mistaken, the script of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa have not been deciphered. The loss is ours. IKS is a reservoir of wisdom. It is like a vast ocean enclosing in its fold art and architecture, remember Taj Mahal, crafts, practices, oral narratives, religious writings, festivals, rituals, and many more. For trade, we used the barter system initially. Later on, we improved on our knowledge and developed coins. Copper coins, punch-marked copper coins, bronze coins, gold and silver coins, metal coins, coins made from alloy were issued from time to time. Rulers presented their replica on those coins or the deity that they worshipped. Kanishka's Kushan dynasty coins were found near Peshawar, Patliputra, Jabalpur, and in some parts of China. Our epic narratives, the Ramayana and Mahabharata, are very dear to me, and they illustrate the victory of good over evil. Our holy texts were mostly written in Sanskrit. Scholarly writings on our astronomy, mathematics, Ayurvedic sciences, Natya Shastra, the Bhagavad Gita, the Ved, the Upanishad, the Puranas were all written in Sanskrit. The people were familiar with the language and its interpretation. These writings tell us about the societies of the time and instruct us in the art of leading a virtuous life. A lot of our learning, knowledge of our culture, art, and craft have been handed down from generation to generation. These oral narratives are adhered to by the practitioners. Now, recently, our Prime Minister went to Mauritius, and there he gave a pot of Ganga Jal to the President of Mauritius and a packet of makhana. Now, makhana seeds, also called the foxnut or the lotus seeds, are grown in plenty in Darbhanga. Now, why do you think he gave them that? The reason being that The settlers in Mauritius were indentured laborers who were duped by the British colonizer and taken away. These laborers were mostly from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and they were duped by the colonizer to leave their homes and travel to Mauritius. The Girmitiards, the term coined by Gyanendra Pandey, toiled on these plantations and found solace in reading the Ramcharitramanas and in singing their religious songs. They recalled with nostalgia their past. These laborers preserved and nurtured their culture. The government now plans to open a Makhana center at Darbhanga. As I mentioned earlier, cultivating and harvesting the Makhanas require extreme skill. The worker has to go into the wetlands to bring out these lotus seeds. We have just celebrated the festival of Holi, the festival of colors. And in Rajasthan, the place I work in, Holi also symbolizes, especially in Jaipur, a 10-day dance festival of Radha and Krishna lore. Holi symbolizes love and harmony. In Jaipur especially, we play Holi with Gulal Gota. Coming during the holy month of Ramzan, Gulal Gota is made by very skilled Muslim artisans who work day and night in the Maniharo ka Rasta. In Jaipur, roads are named after artisans to meet the demands of their Hindu brethren. Dry colored powder, gulal, is filled into paper-thin bags of flour. Now, this is a skill that is handed down from generation to generation. I quote Ahmad Khan, a great Gulal Gota maker, who says, crafting Gulal Gota requires not just skill. It is an honor to continue this legacy that has been passed down uninterrupted from our forefathers and enriches Jaipur's festival and heritage, unquote. The lark bags have to be actually very paper thin so that when you throw it at a person, they just burst open. Sometimes strict adherence to rituals and practices are not followed to accommodate the larger welfare and interest of the community. In Harani, a village in Bhilwara, there is a fire-free Holika Dahan. Years ago, during the Holika Dahan, prior to that, when trees were being cut, a fire broke out and this led to a lot of dispute. Thereafter, the village elders decided to contribute money and they built a silver idol of Holika and a gold one of Prahlad. On the day of Holika Dahan, they carry these idols round the village and then after rituals are performed, they place them back in the temple. Environment damage is prevented because trees are no longer cut. Pollution does not occur because no fire is lit, therefore there is no smoke. So see the wisdom of our forefathers. Our cultural landscape is therefore dotted with festivals and rituals, and food plays a very, very important part in these religious ceremonies. I would like to mention the Rath Yatra of Sri Jagannath Ji at Puri, which draws devotees from all over the world. Going to Puri was an exhilarating experience. The temple flag flies opposite the wind direction. It is a challenge to all scientists in the field of aerodynamics. I do know that in the month of Shravan, people go on pilgrimages to the temple of Lord Shiva. They carry water, walk long distances with pots of water hung on their shoulders on poles. Tej is also celebrated with great fervor. So is Nag Panchami, that is praying to the serpent. The Nag nestles round the neck of Lord Shiva, while on the Shesh Nag, Vishnu lies supine. Janmashtami, Ganesh Chaturthi are all celebrated with great fervor. Now, Durga Puja also tells us about the victory of good over evil. Men and women and children in gaily dressed clothes hop from pandals to pandals. But what is a festival without dances? The dhak is played during such times, and the dhakai, along with men and women, do the dhunuchi dance in eastern India. Navratri also enables us to watch the garba, the dandiya, and also the Ram Leelas. In Mysore, we have the Dashera Mela, which invites our attention to the beautifully decorated elephants. All over India, the artists' pledge and commitment towards society and country is evident from the way they work day and night to meet the deadline. Before Durga Puja, we also celebrate Onam in Kerala. Kali Puja is done on the night of the dark moon or Amavasya moon. Prior to Durga Puja also, we have the Vishwakarma Puja celebrated with great fervor in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. All these festivals, why I have mentioned them is because they promote bonding between man and man with nature. It is important to remember that we have all, in some way or the other, assimilated and blended with the cultural practices of the area we stay in. Chhat is one such festival where Arg is given to the setting sun as well as to the rising sun. To my knowledge, this is the only festival where Arg is offered to the setting sun. Tekwa is an important, delicious food offering to the sun god. I forgot to mention that in Durga Puja, we all sit in the pandals and have bhog. Partaking of food is an extremely important practice. It promotes bonding. Ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate Christmas and Eid with equal fervor. And as I said earlier, we do not have one knowledge system. We have acquired or we have blended various knowledge systems. Our texts, our scriptures tell us about the importance of birds and animals in our knowledge system. We attempt to comprehend the universe through the understanding of the religious texts. And here I quote Professor Sushil Sharma, Head Department of English, Allahabad University, who says, quote, the Vedic rishis hold that everything is a manifestation of Brahma, Aham Brahmasi. Because we do not see anything as the other, animals, birds, and insects too are a manifestation of the god Brahma himself, and they are as important as we are. Due respect is shown to all forms of life by the Hindus. The Hindus attempt to comprehend the universe through a religious consciousness which consists of a curious mix of three elements: intellect, feeling, and action. Karma, rebirth, and moksha are typical of our Hindu system. And it is because of this that we don't make any distinction between beings and non-beings, unquote. It is significant that Lord Vishnu took the form of the Matsya avatar and the Kurma avatar to save mankind. For all of us Hindus, the cow is the most sacred animal and we worship her. The Gadu, the serpent, the lion, the bull, the mouse, the elephant are all revered. The tulsi plant, the vat or the banyan tree, the vat vriksha, the banyan tree, the peepal tree are all venerated. The medicinal qualities of the tulsi plant and the neem and the moringa is well known. Birds like peacock, swan, and owl are also venerated. Animals and birds are associated with gods and goddesses, and the role of birds, animals, insects, and plants in promoting our knowledge system needs to be looked at more closely. We learn a lot from these birds and animals. Remember the Panchatantra tales. I shall quickly refer to Jainism and Buddhism, which originated in India nearly 3,000 years ago. Since I come from Rajasthan, where Jainism is practiced on a large scale, I wish to dwell on it. Both these religions uphold the concept for respect for non-human beings. A sect of Jainism tie a cloth round their mouth so that inadvertently they don't kill insects while opening their mouth. The Agam Shastras of Jainism, Raja Shramik's silent dialogues with the 24th Tirthankara, Lord Mahavir, makes us aware of the fact that Jainism is a way of life where one must let go of material things and lead a simple, austere life. Ahimsa, non-violence are the main tenets of Jainism. Buddhism, as propounded by Lord Gautam Buddha, also believe that in life is, there is, it is caused by our desire. Suffering is caused by our desire. Ichchai dukkher karo. Buddhism upholds the doctrine of karma and believes in the impermanence of life. Followers of Buddhism feel that through prayer and meditation, one can attain nirvana, a blissful state of enlightenment. King Kanishka helped to promote Buddhism. Just as Emperor Ashoka was much influenced by Buddha's teachings, he became a Buddhist. Kanishka never became one. And Emperor Ashoka was ably aided by his sister Sanghamitra. Buddhism also upholds the concept of non-violence. During the Bhakti movement, we had a lot of religious leaders who practiced or who preached in the vernacular language. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Kabir, Mirabai, Sant Tulsidas, Guru Nanak used vernacular languages to communicate their teachings to the common man. They also were against the rigid caste system, the meaningless rituals and practices of the religious practices propounded by members of the upper caste. The Bhakti movement had a profound impact on society. These religious leaders did much to influence the minds of the upper caste towards gradually increased acceptance of the lower caste, thus promoting reforms in the religious landscape of India. The Sufi saints, especially Raja Muinuddin Chisti and Nizamuddin Aulia, also taught the people to love God and mankind. Religious reformer like Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, a famous Sanskrit scholar, vociferously fought for the cause of widow remarriage. To support his argument, he quoted from the Parasara Smriti written by Maharishi Parashar, who had recorded that widows could remarry, remain celibate, or commit sati. Remarriage of widows was legalized in 1856, and the credit goes to Vidyasagar ji, who also simplified the learning of Bengali language. Another important leader is Raja Ram Mohan Roy, founder of the Brahmo Samaj, who advocated for the abolition of sati. His efforts also bore fruit. I would like to mention Sri Ramakrishna Parahans, who was an entire enlightened soul who was in constant communion with Goddess Kali. His famous disciple, Swami Vivekananda, shook the religious citadel of the world when he delivered his speech beginning with the words, "Sisters and Brothers of America," at the Parliament of Religions in Chicago. He exhorted the people to be tolerant, to renounce fanaticism. The Vedanta philosophy and the yoga that he propagated and practiced made the world aware of Hinduism. After the death of Sri Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda walked barefoot throughout the length and breadth of India, and he was much troubled by the living condition of the people. In Rajasthan, when he came, the Maharaja of Khetri, Sri Ajit Singh Ji, who had incidentally funded his trip to America, he made him wear a turban and a robe to protect him from heat. No structured curriculum can teach a student how to tie a safa. In Rajasthan, the tying of the safa varies from district to district, but its function is the same, to protect the wearer from heat. Dayanand Saraswati is another respected scholar who founded the Arya Samaj and opposed untouchability and advocated equal rights for women. The other multifaceted personality who has left his mark on our Indian knowledge system is Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. A poet, a writer, painter, philosopher, and reformer, Gurudev has written the national anthem of India and Bangladesh. Gitanjali, the work which brought him the Nobel Prize in Literature, was the creation of a sensitive soul whose spirituality shines forth. He set up Shanti Niketan, an educational institution. Today, Shanti Niketan or Vishwa Bharati University is still known for upholding the ideals of Gurudev. Sri Aurobindo, another great scholar, was initially a revolutionary nationalist. Later, he turned to spirituality and set up a center at Pondicherry. The Life Divine and Savitri are his significant works. Indian knowledge system, therefore, is a blending of formal education and acquired knowledge and skill. Formal education was structured and had a set curriculum. Schools, colleges, and universities designed their own syllabus. This was changed from time to time in order to meet the demands of the time and the expectations of the stakeholders. But there is no set curriculum for acquiring knowledge or becoming proficient in a particular field. Example, a goldsmith, a silver filigree worker, and so on. You need to be skillful and observant. Imparting of a skill and knowledge associated with a trade was structured, which meant that it varied from establishment to establishment with rigid rules and framework. For example, all blacksmiths would melt iron on fire, but the shaping of a finished tool like an iron knife would differ from one craftsman to another. Similarly, singers, dancers, instrumentalists, painters, sculptors, etc., would differ in their renderings depending on the style of the guru. That is how in India we have distinct styles of gharanas or schools of thought. Apart from formal education, we learn consciously or unconsciously, we acquire knowledge, we observe people and learn from them. The Indian knowledge system is a composite whole of formal and informal knowledge. I have learned more from observing people than from formal schooling. COVID 2020 taught us the importance of neem and giloy, of moringa leaves, of spices that we keep in our kitchen. Covaxin, the Indian injection which we supplied to many countries, taught the world that our knowledge in the sphere of medicine was unmatchable. I would just like to mention Professor J.P. Sethi, Professor P.K. Sethi, who pioneered the Jaipur fort. The Indian Ocean earthquake and the tsunami 2004 inflicted enormous damage on our ecosystem. Both the earthquake and tsunami devastated people living around the coastal areas of the Indian Ocean. However, the indigenous tribes dotting around Andaman and Nicobar Islands observed the sudden withdrawal of the sea and the agitated behavior of birds and animals. They rushed to higher grounds and managed to save themselves by climbing trees, hills, or any elevated spot. This knowledge of the land and their connection with nature saved them. Folklore, folk culture, cottage industry, handicrafts, art and craft all add towards our knowledge and promote our culture. The dhol or the drum is played during religious and social functions. Like the dhap or the chap, the dhol's different beats express feelings of joy, sorrow, anger, devotion, and so on, or to call people for an event. The dhol is an instrument which cuts across class barriers and social hierarchies. Professor Chandalia, who has done a lot of research on the tribes and on the dhols that play, writes, quote, tribal people in South Rajasthan have drums made of tree trunks hollowed from inside and mounted on either side by goat skin. It is played by hand or by stick. Primitive societies played it to celebrate their victory in battle as well as in ritual dance or worship of the deity. The dhol, the tabla, another instrument, the kudi, is a small semi-spherical instrument with only the top surface, which is called the kudi, on which you beat, and you beat it with the kibli. The stick is called the kibli. The shanai, the sarangi, the mridang, the pakhavaj, and the nagara are all played on different occasions. When drums were played, the sound was limited. That is, the range was up till a short distance. Later on, nagaras were played. When the sound of the first nagara faded away, the second nagara would begin being beaten. This gap would be termed as a course. In Rajasthan, the Kalbelias, the serpent catchers, and Gulabo is the most famous one, and the Manganias, the ones who beg and eat, learn dance and music from the elders of the family. There is no formal training like going to a dance school or to a music school. Rather, the skill and knowledge is handed down from generation to generation. They start learning from a very, very young age and quickly follow in the footsteps of their elders. I shall briefly refer to the healthcare system of India, which is practiced by the indigenous people, many of whom, quote, rely mostly on the oral knowledge passed from one generation to another by word of mouth. Their knowledge of herbs and plants enable them to diagnose and treat physical and mental illness. Professor Chandalia writes, quote, the Ayurvedic stream consists of a codified system of knowledge which helps and guides the medical practitioners. The other stream is a folk stream which relies on individual knowledge and experience passed on from one generation to other orally, unquote. These people consider their healing power as a divine gift and treat people of their communities or people who believe in them. Dr. R.K. Deshwal of Jodhpur writes that they have tried to document these ethnic medicines used by the tribal communities. He says such practitioners are called Gunis, Gunis. They use massage therapy, chant mantras, and treat some diseases. Guni Bhavanji and Guni Pratapi Bai are well known in southern Rajasthan. Pratapi Bai cured Margaret Alva, former governor of Rajasthan, and her husband, who was in a state of coma. The governor sanctioned rupees 5 lakh for a center for traditional medicine called a Guni Center in Pratapi Bai's village, and the governor herself came to inaugurate it. Documenting this treasure of knowledge is undertaken by NGOs. 36 herbal drugs have been registered with the Department of Ayurvedic Medicine by the Jan Jagran Vikas Samiti and NGO in Udaipur. As stated earlier, Indian knowledge system is a vast phenomenon. It is difficult to delineate within a short span of time. It is a fact that Vedas are living philosophies that have guided us and saved us in our hour of crisis. I shall briefly take the names of important scholars and academicians like Panini Bharathari, Aryabhat, Lopamudra, Bharat Muni, writers like Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, whose Anand Mat and the song therein, Vande Mataram, is now our national song. Bhavabhurti, who wrote Uttar Ramcharitram, Kalidas, the great Sanskrit poet, Abhigyan Shakuntalam, the legendary economist and pragmatic strategist, Chanakya's contribution to the Indian knowledge system is also unparalleled. The concept of zero and the decimal is our contribution to the world of mathematics. I feel sad that even after independence, we thrived on received knowledge because of our continuous admiration of the British. The British not only took away our Kohinoor, they also seemed to have taken away our confidence. Today, after national education policy, our Indian education system is taking a turn for the better. We are understanding the importance of our national system, of our knowledge system. It was only a stalwart like Mahatma Gandhi who took a pledge to boycott foreign goods by burning pieces of foreign cloth in Bombay in 1921. The people of India responded to Gandhiji's clarion call. Gandhiji decided that the Indians should wear clothes made from homespun cloth. His keenness to learn to weave on the charkha made him come in contact with Ganga Ben Mazumdar, a lady of indomitable courage who traveled in Gujarat extensively on a horseback. Gandhiji was extremely impressed by her, and to her goes the credit of teaching him. The forerunner of the charkha was the takli. I'm sure some of you seniors must have practiced it. A small handheld spindle used at homes to make threads from cotton wool. Students in government schools in Rajasthan were taught to make threads out of cotton wool. Uniformity and fineness of thread were the measures of quality. Students had to appear for a practical exam in the art of spinning the takli. Ladies and gentlemen, despite foreign invasions, our languages have survived. And our country has declared 11 languages to be classical languages. These are Tamil, Sanskrit, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Odia, Marathi, Pali, Prakrit, Assamese, and Bengali. A classical language status is given to those languages which have high antiquity of its early text. These are quoted, recorded history over a period of 1500 to 2000 years, a body of ancient literature, text which is considered a heritage by generations of speakers, knowledge texts, especially prose texts, in addition to poetry, epigraphical, and inscriptional evidence. The classical language and literature could be distinct from its current form or could be continuous with later forms of its offshoots. The above quotation is from the Government of India press release 2004, which lays down the selection criteria for a classical language. Our Union Minister, Sri Ashwani Vaishnav, rightly said, classical languages serve as a custodian of Bharat's profound and ancient cultural heritage, embodying the essence of each community's historical and cultural milestones. Our Indian knowledge system is a smooth blending of knowledge acquired from all sources, invaders, traders, conquerors, foreign scholars, and preachers. Today, tribal culture is being promoted and shared amongst the urban populace. Knowledge of herbal medicine, herbal oils are now being used. Knowledge shared is knowledge gained. IKS is enriched also due to the use of various minerals that Mother Earth has granted us. The famous example is of Tata's investment in Singhbhum district of Old Bihar, now Jharkhand. Kalamati in the Sakshi area in Jamshedpur made them realize the importance of iron. Mica, found in plenty in Kodarma area of Hazaribagh in Jharkhand, is also another valuable mineral. Gold and silver work used to decorate food items makes us admire the skill of those workers. The contribution of our leaders like Subhash Chandra Bose, Sardar Patel, Lokmanya Tilak, Gokhale, J.C. Bose, Nehruji, Ambedkar ji, Maulana Azad, Radhakrishnan, Chakravarti Rajagopalachari, the mathematician Ramanujan, Sarat Chandra Chattopadhyay, R.K. Narayan, Raja Rao, Mulk Rajanand, Sunil Gangopadhyay, and many others is immense. Life is full of challenges, but the Bhagavad Gita tells us to do our duty without expecting any reward. Our knowledge system appears to me to be like a beautiful patchwork quilt. Each patch contributes in its own way in shaping our culture, in shaping our personality. There is a mingling of cultures, and each culture has contributed to our Indian knowledge system. But life remains the biggest teacher, and IKS equips us to face the exigencies of life. IKS is not static. It is transformative. Knowledge, if fully imbibed, can bring about a holistic change in human conduct, character, and culture. Our culture teaches us perseverance, determination, and devotion. Remember the artisans and craftsmen. The tribals taught us how to take out tassar from cocoons. The metal craftsmen, the bidri workers, the Tanjore painters, the Madhubani artists, the terracotta artists, especially the Bakura horses and elephants, the Phar painters, the dancers, and so on. Our scientists, and I'm here proud of ISRO scientists, our BARC and our DRDO scientists have made us realize that in science, there are no shortcuts and precision is very important. Our defense services, our agriculturists, our farmers, and so on have brought about a great change in our knowledge system. The IKS teaches us kindness, empathy, and the joy of sharing. Religion gives you joy with communicating with the Supreme Being. The recently ended Mahakumbh is an example of our religious faith and belief. Devotees sought salvation in the holy waters of Sangam, bravely facing the challenges, the trials and travails of traveling. Sunita Williams' return to earth made us all rejoice in her happiness because we believe in the concept of Vasudev Kutumbakam. Our Indian knowledge system transcends the desires of the world. It poses a challenge to all Western powers because they were unable to understand our resilience. The Western powers, I think, are afraid of our knowledge system, and it is this fear that made them try to crush our knowledge. But did we die? No. Like the phoenix, we rose again. Like the Nilkant Mahadev, we drank their poisonous outpourings and emerged victorious, valiant, and vibrantly active, telling the world that no one can crush us. I end with Gurudev Rabindranath Thakur's words, but before I read the words in Bengali, I shall do the translation. The customs and conventions of all conquerors have blended and assimilated in a knowledge system, which is like a huge ocean. I end with these words. এই ভারতের মহামানবের সাগর তীরে হেথায় আর্য হেথায় অনার্য হেথায় দ্রবিড চীন শাক হুন দাল পাঠান মুঘল এক দেহে হলো লীন দিবে আর মিলিবে মিলাবে যাবে না ফিরে এই ভারতের মহামানবের সাগর তীর. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hearing me patiently.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening address. Am I audible? Could
Yes.
anyone? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening address. I'm so glad
Thank you, Priyanka.
that you could be here.
Yes, I can hear you, Priyanka.
Yeah. Once again, thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening address. Now we move on to the next part of our inaugural session. And it is time for us to listen to the presidential address of our chief guest. And it is a matter of great pride that we have with us Professor Sachidanand Mohanty as our chief guest and the presidential address speaker. To introduce our esteemed speaker, I will have to put in a great effort to do justice to his profile, to his wonderful and elaborate and long profile. So I don't know I'll be able to compile it in very little words and time. Professor Mohanty is a renowned academic, scholar, and literary figure whose contributions in higher education and research have been truly remarkable. He is currently a National Fellow at Indian Institute of Advanced Study, IIAS, Rashtrapati Niwas, Shimla, and serves as a member of the UGC University Grants Commission, Ministry of Education, Government of India. He has previously held prestigious positions of Vice Chancellor at the Central University of Odisha and has been a professor and head of the Department of English at University of Hyderabad and Institute of Eminence. A scholar of global repute, Professor Mohanty was educated at Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education, Pondicherry, the University of Hyderabad, IIT Kanpur, the University of Texas in Austin, and Yale University, USA. His academic journey is adorned with numerous national and international accolades, including the Katha Award, British Council Fellowship, Fulbright Fellowship. He was awarded Fulbright Fellowship twice, Charles Wallace Fellowship, and Sholzberg Fellowship. With extensive publications in the field of British, American, post-colonial, gender, and translation studies, his scholarly work has been published by leading publishers such as Oxford, Sage, Routledge, Orient Longman. His pioneering research in travel writing, cosmopolitanism, institutional history, early women's writing in Eastern India, and cultural history has set new benchmarks in literary and historical studies. Professor Mohanty has served as member of India's Commission on Education to UNESCO, a governing board member of Orwell Foundation, and has contributed as a consultant to the Ford Foundation. His association with institutions like the American Studies Research Center, Cambridge Seminar on Contemporary Writers, and Warwick Seminars on Literary Translation highlights his influence in global academia. We are honored to have such a distinguished scholar among us today. It is indeed a privilege to listen to his insights, which will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of literature, culture, and academia. With great respect and anticipation, I now invite Professor Sachidanand Mohanty to deliver his presidential address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka Singh. I hope I'm audible. And
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Administrator can really, sort of bring my photograph to the center so
Yes,
that
sir.
everybody can see me.
Sure,
And
sir.
thank you for the warm words of welcome, Dr. Priyanka Singh. I
Thank you, sir.
hope it doesn't sound like my obituary. And because there is so much to be done for the rest of our life. Also.
Yes, yes, sir. So it was
Yes.
only an introductory profile, please.
No. Thank you so much. And I hope I'm audible to everybody. And thank you, the principal and the management of the Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya. And thank you, Professor Joy Chakraborty. It was such a pleasure to listen to your own inspired talk. And I wish I was in your class when you were, delivering lectures. And it was so comprehensive and it was so learned and erudite. Thank you, distinguished delegates of this important national seminar on the Indian knowledge system. I'm indeed privileged to be part of this intellectual satsang on a Saturday. And, and we've just had a very well thought through lecture, which is so comprehensive and which was both local and as well as global in its own kind of an outreach. What I would like to do, and thank you for giving me 40 minutes of your valuable time, what I should like to do is to offer a set of propositions in theoretical terms. My point of departure would be an important statement Sri Aurobindo had once made, and he said, we talk about the mental education, but do you understand the concept of the mind? So it's so fruitless to talk about mental education. We too talk about mental education in the East and the West, but Sri Aurobindo says and cautions us and tells us, do you understand the concept of the mind itself? It is so futile to talk about mental education without understanding the basic notion of the mind itself. That will be my point of departure to this. What I am trying to do is, as I said, not only in theoretical terms, I should like to offer a kind of a manifesto, and the topic that I have chosen for myself for the next 40 minutes or so is situating the indigenous knowledge system in an era of cultural globalization. As I said, I am grateful to all of you to have given me this opportunity, the principal, the management, and the co-conveners, and all of you. And I think the whole objective here, as I could see, is how do you really define indigenous knowledge system in economic, political, and social and cultural terms. Let me pose the foundational question here. How do you position ourselves in the present world order where the dominant narratives are both paradoxically progressive and regressive at the same time? And I think, while we are talking about the indigenous knowledge system, we must not be oblivious to the world out there, because both at the international level, we have two contrary kind of narratives which are going on at the same time, which are both progressive as well as regressive. We have great democratic aspirations of progress and empowerment of vast masses of the population. We also have in many nation states illiberal democracies and regimes and rising oligarchies whose knowledge is controlled, whose knowledge controls with great asymmetry, by transnational corporations and transnational oligarchies like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. Let me therefore offer to you a kind of a new manifesto which I have prepared for yourself for the first time, and I'm sharing it with you. First, indigenous knowledge system to my mind and calls for the decolonization of the Indian mind that Professor Chakraborty has referred to, and the necessity of an Indian Renaissance. We recall in this context Emerson's clarion call to free the Americans from the apron streaks of British culture. So decolonization of the mind has taken place in North America, in Africa, in many other parts of the world. And due to the different kinds of colonialism, India also needs to have a new renaissance. We've had one renaissance, but I do suggest that there is an essential need to have another kind of a renaissance. Second, such an activity or promotion is not an exercise, to my mind, is not an exercise in insularity or parochialism. It is progressive, forward-looking, synthetic, eclectic, and integral in character. Indian knowledge system, third, does not claim to stand for received wisdom. Rather, it is a work in progress that calls for cooperation and collaboration endeavor in a multidisciplinary context. We should remind ourselves of what Sri Aurobindo had once said, and I think reference was made to my early education at the Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education, which was founded by Sri Aurobindo but executed by the mother, Meera Alfasa, of the Sri Aurobindo Ashram. And Sri Aurobindo had once said that we don't belong to the dawns of the past, we belong to the high noons of the future. So I think while we really talk about the greatness of India's past, we must also constantly think of moving forward and in a futuristic direction. That's another important point that I would like to make here. Fourth, Indian knowledge system, to my mind, is not contrary or not pitted against other societies and cultures. It is not India versus the West. Just as people talk about, Francis Fukuyama had talked about America versus the other cultures, for example, in the end of history. So that's not the kind of a paradigm that we have in mind. It's not India versus the West or India versus the rest of the world. India and the world. That is the kind of a paradigm that we must really think in mind. It is not Europe, America versus the rest. It believes in the establishment of harmonious knowledge systems which allow for both competition as well as collaboration. Sometimes we lose sight of the fact we highlight too much of the collaboration, but the competition, healthy competition, has also an important role to play in our life and the relationship among the cultures. Fifth, Indian knowledge system recognizes a seminal contribution of Indian disciplines like literature. Allusions were made to literature, astronomy, philosophy, jurisprudence, translation, philology, science, architecture, politics, governance, sociology, translation studies, cosmology, and many other disciplines of learning for the making of the Indian systems that we have had before and continue to have today.
सेशनल हो गए आपके?
Is it all right? Am I audible? Am I audible, Dr. Singh? Am I audible?
Sir, please carry on. You are audible.
It's some kind of a cross talk. Can we minimize
Somebody's
the
mic was off.
crosstalk?
We've done it. Please carry.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Indian knowledge system, Indian cultures and traditions, therefore, must not play second fiddle to the European counterparts for too long. In our honest understanding of post-colonialism tells us that we must not really play second fiddle to Europe and America. The whole achievement of post-colonial thinking is to suggest that political independence has not led to cultural emancipation. So I think we need to have a second renaissance whereby we need to really recover our own ancient wisdom, redefine it in the contemporary context, and to move in a futuristic direction. 7. The right approach to the promotion and inclusion of the IKS, to my mind, is to posit that all learning and systems of thought travel across lands and cultures and are mutually enriched and invigorated. We see this process in the travel of Indian sources of knowledge from India through the Arabs to Europe and America. One of the examples of this kind is the transcendentalism, which emerges from India, the notion of the transcendent and transcendentalism, and cultural philosophical terms. It influenced British Romanticism and the German transcendentalism of Schlegel brothers. And then, of course, it emerges in the American transcendentalism of Emerson and Thoreau, as we can see. So the whole argument is that cultures and knowledge systems are not discrete and not isolated. They are mutually integrated and mutually enrich each other. And that has been the unique contribution of the Indian knowledge system. We do not believe in parochialism or xenophobia of any kind. If anything, we believe in the cross-cultural and intermingling of the culture in a fruitful, imaginative, and creative manner. 8. The Indian knowledge system discovers and celebrates the wisdom of the past, but it recognizes the crucial importance of the present and the greater import of the future. This is very important to bear in mind. It is not revivalistic in character. It recuperates the wisdom of the past, but constantly redefines it in the context of the present and sort of to project it for the benefit of the future. And the future of not only of India, but the entire humanity itself. So Indian knowledge system is not only a gift of India, it is a gift of India for the world itself. And I think the world has to be kept in mind. We need to have in mind not only the Indian consciousness, Indian tradition, Indian culture, but global consciousness and planetary consciousness. It does not seek to put the clock back and claim that nothing can rival or exceed the past achievements. I think we need to really guard ourselves against parochialism and chauvinism of any kind, which is a narrow chauvinism. We must really uphold the importance and the validity of our own tradition within a non-hegemonic and non-insular and non-chauvinistic manner. Next, discovery of the past and great creative recovery, reworking of the context of the present, and the flowering of the multifaceted manner in the futuristic directions. This could be suggested as the defining characteristics of the Indian knowledge system or the Indian tradition elsewhere. Next, 10. One of the challenges that Indian knowledge system faces is how does the Indian culture deal with external influences? At the last chapter of the Foundations of Indian Culture, Sri Aurobindo is talking about this issue itself. Every culture, whether Iranian, Chinese, Americans, Egyptian, and Iraqi, every culture has to deal necessarily with the external influences. Sri Aurobindo, at the end of the Foundations of Indian Culture, has got a chapter called Indian Culture and External Influences. And he's asking this seminal question, how do you deal with the influences from outside? And he says it's not so easy because many people think that, Western science is good, but Western technology is bad. So maybe we should accept Western science as not Western technology. But what kind of a usable technology do you have? What kind of usable science do you have? Is science only parochial or is it universal? If it is a universal science, how do you deploy the resources and the repertoire of universal science for the benefit and improvement of the Indian society and economy and culture itself? So he asked this question that, can you really have feminism of the West without talking about, the Western feminism? The Western feminism also will come in. Just as, for example, you cannot talk about Western industry without talking about the trade union movement and Western commercialism and consumer culture. So how do you really have the Western industry and without necessarily the Western, the commercialism or utilitarianism or the consumer culture or the trade union culture? So these are some of these examples that he's giving. And the answer that he gives in a synoptic manner is just indicating the approach. He says that, we need to understand the spirit of our own institution and the spirit of what something that we are trying to import from the West or from elsewhere. And then we have to really think of an imaginative and creative way of integrating influences from elsewhere with the traditions, the institutions that we have in India itself. So therefore, I think tradition and modernity always go hand in hand. How do you bring tradition with modernity? How do you really bring a kind of a syncretic approach, a synthetic and integral approach? And that remains the kind of a question of the hour. There are two things that Sri Aurobindo says in the foundation of Indian culture, in the Life Divine. And Professor Joy Chakravarti alluded to the importance of the Life Divine of Sri Aurobindo. In the opening chapter called The Human Aspiration, Sri Aurobindo says at the end of the chapter, he says, all problems of existence are essentially problems of harmony. And harmony can be created, has to be created by integrating, by having a faculty which can integrate seemingly diverse kind of a points of view. So therefore, I would suggest that the entire theme of this seminar that you have in mind, I think wittingly or unwittingly, you have foregrounded the whole importance of harmony. All problems of existence are essentially problems of harmony. So harmony, how do you bring about harmony within this great diversity and variety that we have in the Indian tradition? Add to that is the great diversity and the variety in the world culture itself. How do you bring this harmony? And Sri Aurobindo, talking about the ideal of humanity, is said that mankind is moving in a direction of human unity. He is positing two possibilities that are there for the future of the world order. And in political terms, one of the things is that the world state or the world union. And I think his choice is very clear. It is world union. It is world union because it is necessary and indeed inevitable and indispensable to respect the particularism of each experiment that is there at the state level, at the national level, at the community level, at the family level. How do you really recognize the particularism of each of these units? And how do you have a more cohesive kind of an order in the international terms or in social terms and cultural terms? How do you combine both? I think, the best of the multicultural thinkers have not really found an answer. And it is my belief that the Indian approach can really give us some clues, important clues, whereby we can really combine the universal with the particular. What remains to be done, and I'm doing very well in terms of the time management of this thing, is to share the three small extracts with you. And this will really confirm and validate my own approach itself. The first is from the book, which is a very important seminar, but it has not been really sufficiently looked at the national level in India itself. This is an important book that I refer to. It's called The Ideal of Human Unity. And there is a chapter, and it's called Diversity in Oneness, because unity is not uniformity. And he's giving the example of the Roman Empire. Too much of centralization. It kills the spirit of freedom itself. The reason as to why freedom is such an indispensable thing, it is absolutely indispensable for any kind of a growth, cultural, economic, political, or otherwise. Listen to what Sri Aurobindo says in a small paragraph I will just share with you. He says, but uniformity is not the law of life. Life exists by diversity. It insists that every group, every being shall be, even while one with all the rest in its universality, yet by some principle or order detail of variation unique. The over-centralization, which is the condition of a working uniformity, is not the healthy method of life. Order is indeed the law of life, but not an artificial regulation. The sound order is that which comes from within as a result of nature that has discovered itself and found its own law and the law of relation with others. And here, you come to the essential teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. So dharma and swabhava. How does each unit discover its own swadharma and respect the swadharma of somebody else? And I think if we can really discover that magic wand and that magic answer, then I think lots of this kind of a divisive conflicts which were taking place today, men versus women, ecology versus development, the south versus the north, southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere, the developed and the developing world itself. I think much of the conflict can be really removed if you can really discover this unit. And Sri Aurobindo says it is at the deeper psychological and the spiritual level that true unity and brotherhood can be established. We've thought of the trinity of freedom, equality, and liberty. And he says that French Revolution had really discovered the importance of liberty. And then Russian Revolution and then Bolshevist Revolution talked about equality. And he says both liberty and equality are important, and yet they must be really superseded by another important kind of a principle. And according to him, that is the most indispensable and vital principle, and that is brotherhood. It is fraternity or sorority, as you might call. That may be the answer, he says, to the kind of a new cultural order that we are talking about. And at the heart, central to the Indian knowledge system, to my mind, in this manifesto that I am really indicating, is brotherhood, is fraternity or sorority, sisterhood and brotherhood at the deeper psychological and spiritual level can really take us forward, not only nationally, but also internationally. Let me now really turn my attention to the foundations of Indian culture, and it is called Renaissance in India. Let me share one small paragraph from Renaissance in India. And I would urge upon all of you, just as you read Hind Swaraj of Mahatma Gandhi, on Tagore's important work also in Gitanjali and others, I would also suggest that foundations of Indian culture, I think it's extremely important to let us know, like Discovery of India of Nehru, foundations of Indian culture, and the Renaissance in India. Allow me to share a small extract from this Renaissance in India. Side by side, Sri Aurobindo says, with this movement and more characteristic and powerful, there has been flowing an opposite current. This first started on its way by an integral reaction of vindication and re-acceptance of everything Indian as it stood because it was Indian in the beginning, in the Renaissance itself. We value anything Indian because it is Indian and because India was pitted against the colonial West itself. And therefore, a number of developments took place in India, which were revivalistic and in character. And he says, we have all waves of this impulse and many of its influences continuing among us, but its work is not yet completed. But in reality, the reaction marks the beginning of a more subtle assimilation and fusing. For in vindicating ancient things, it has been obliged to do so in a way that will at once meet and satisfy the old mentality and the new, the traditional and the critical mind. This in itself involves no mere return, but consciously, unconsciously hastens a restatement. And the riper form of the return has taken in its principle a synthetic restatement. It has sought to arrive at the spirit of the ancient culture, and while reopening its forms, often preserving them to revivify, has yet not hesitated also to remold, to reject the outworn, and to admit whatever new motives seemed assimilation to the old spirituality. I think this is extremely important. He says that it is not to replicate the past. It is not to repeat what has happened, but to redefine it in our own context itself, in an imaginative and in a creative manner, and to take the movement forward. So he says that it is an incomplete agenda of the Renaissance in India itself. And the agenda will move towards completion of a certain kind because there is no final completion, there is no closure. It is always a work in progress. The Indian approach has always talked about its own life movement as a work in progress itself. It does not have any sense of finality. It doesn't have a sense of closure. And Sri Aurobindo in the Renaissance in India is telling us as to how to move from the past to the present to the future itself. And finally, I would like to end with Swami Vivekananda, because 1893, when Swami Vivekananda was sailing to the West and to attend the World Parliament of Religion in Chicago, around that same time, 1893, something else significant was happening because Sri Aurobindo had given up a coveted service, Indian civil service. Sri Aurobindo in 1893 was coming to India as Swami Vivekananda went to America and to bring the eternal message of India to the West itself. And we all know about Sisters and Brothers of America. So allow me to read a small passage about when he's talking about the great spiritual teachers of the world. This is Vivekananda world teacher, his teachings, and it is by Swami Adiswarananda, and it's a very, very important book. I think we should read again and again the words of Swami Vivekananda. And he's talking about here about Ramakrishna Paramahansa and Professor Joy Chakravarti, mentioning about the great Indian pantheon of thinkers and spiritual thinkers and realized souls. I talked about the guru of Swami Vivekananda, that is Ramakrishna Paramahansa. I think allow me to read this small paragraph, and I would like to end with that. Our own meditation on the Indian knowledge system today, and this is a beautiful Saturday satsang. Allow me to end this with the inspiring words of Swami Vivekananda as he's talking about Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa. And one is reminded of Sister Nivedita's book, Kali the Mother, and about, of course, Swami Vivekananda, the way she writes about both Ramakrishna as well as Swami Vivekananda. He says, I am going to present before you, this was in the manner of a talk that he gave Swami Vivekananda in the West. I'm going to present before you the life of a man who has put in motion a spiritual wave in India. But before going into the life of this man, I will try to present before you the secret of India, what India stands for. In the indigenous knowledge system, we're talking about India and the Indian tradition. What is Swami Vivekananda? We've just heard about, I refer to Gandhiji's in Swaraj, for example, when he traveled from England to Johannesburg, and he wrote on the paper of the tissue paper of the ship, and he wrote about how to decolonize the Indian mind, and an important book that is very rarely referred to, but to my mind, it is a Magna Carta of the decolonizing project that India has got. Now, so Vivekananda says, I'll try to present before you the secret of India, what India stands for. If those whose eyes have been blinded by the glamour of material things, he was referring to the West, but we might really refer to ourselves in the era of neocolonialism in India itself. But it seems to really refer as if we have moved, temporarily we have moved, but really, spiritually and culturally we have not moved, clearly in terms of the decolonization of the Indian self. He says, those whose eyes have been blinded by the glamour of material things. He's talking about the West, but is it not applicable in the context of contemporary India? The obsession that we have in materialism, the obsession, the mania that we have with regard to the material culture and the consumer culture. So how prophetic he was. Perhaps he was thinking of India of today, whose life is dedicated to eating, drinking, and enjoying. Isn't it true of India today? Eating, drinking, and enjoying? As Descartes would have said, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. And the modern metropolitan, middle-class India would say, a podly mobile Indian would say, I consume, therefore I am. I buy, therefore I am. So the market has become so important in our own lives today, in metropolitan Indian culture. And Swami Vivekananda was talking about the West And he was hoping that we will really shake off this kind of a Western obsession with Western materialism. But how true he was today. He is so applicable today. And he says, and enjoying, eating, drinking, and enjoying, whose whole ideal of possession is lands and gold, whose whole ideal of pleasure is in the senses, whose God is money, whose goal is a life of ease and comfort in this world and death after that, and whose minds never looks forward, and who really thinks of anything higher than the sense objects in the midst of which they live. If such as these go to India, what do they see? Poverty, squalor, superstition, darkness, hideousness everywhere. Why? Because to their mind, enlightenment means dress, education, social politeness. He was saying that if a Western were to come to India, he would find poverty, squalor, and sordidness. And he would say that this is not civilization. The civilization is social politeness and education, whereas Occidental nations have used every effort to improve their material position. India has done differently. These lives, the only race in the world who in the whole history of humanity never went beyond their frontiers to conquer anyone. So he's talking about the great Catholicity. The spirit of Catholicity, that India has never gone out in a hegemonic manner to conquer and to subject to anyone. And if India's ideas have traveled like Buddhism in Southeast Asia and the Far East and many parts, of the present day Afghanistan and Kandahar, it is by the force of the ideas themselves. And these ideas are noble ideas. These ideas do not like to subjugate anybody. These ideas are empowering. And you find that the Gandhara school of art, the Buddha has acquired the Greek kind of a dimension in terms of the sculpture. But the basic point I was trying to make by citing the last quotation of Swami Vivekananda is to tell, when he was talking about Western materialism, Western consumerism, and social politeness, perhaps, it is so applicable in our own context itself, because we seem to have not moved away from the obsession with the material kind of an affluence and consumerism and commercialism, which have really denied the true blossoming and the flowering of the Indian spirit and tradition and Indian knowledge system. So I would like to finally thank all of you. You've given me an opportunity. I begin by telling you that I would like to offer a set of propositions in the manner of a manifesto. And I think I've done that. I've offered about 10, propositions. And I have indicated that those could be the pathway for the direction that Indian knowledge system can take. And I have suggested how, for example, India and Indian knowledge system has to really harness itself with the kind of a richness of the world itself. And therefore, when we are talking, finally, I would say, when we're talking about the Indian knowledge system, we have to also think of the global consciousness and the planetary consciousness. Thank you very much.
Wonderful talk, sir. Thank you so much for your profound, elaborate, inspiring, and even thought-provoking address. So it was a wonderful session. I now invite, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once again, the book, sir.
Foundations of Indian Culture.
Sir, in front of the camera, sir. Yes.
Second one is this. This is my book, Sri Aurobindo Contemporary Reader.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh.
Yeah, I now invite Dr. Kavita for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. It's a matter of great honor and privilege to me to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the English department to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Sachidanand Mohanty, for gracing this seminar with his presence. Sir, your enlightening address has provided us with profound insights into the Indian knowledge system and its seamless integration of culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought. Your deep understanding and thought-provoking perspectives have truly enriched our discussions in today's seminars. The way you emphasized when we are talking about the blending of traditionalism and modernism, we should not ignore the allied issues also. The relevance of the ancient wisdom in modern society, interdisciplinary approach, sustainable economic practices has left us inspired and highly motivated. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you have taken from your busy schedule to be with us today. Your words have ignited curiosity and encouraged us to further explore the vast wealth of knowledge and our Indian tradition holds. I would like to thank once again the heartfelt thank you to Professor Mohanty for his valuable presence and wisdom. We look forward for your continuous support, guidance and stimulation in future also. Thank you, sir. I convey my vote of thanks to the keynote speaker. With a heartfelt and gratitude and reverence, I rise to extend a vote of thanks on the behalf of the English department to our illustrious keynote speaker, Professor Joy Chakravarti, whose eloquence have illuminated us with multiple aspects on various philosophies, reawakening movements, and cultural quarters in today's seminar. Professor Chakravarti, your words have been like a lamp lighting a path, revealing the intricate harmony woven within India's rich tapestry of culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought. With scholarly depth and profound clarity, you have not only enriched our understanding, but have stirred within us a renewed sense of wonder and intellectual curiosity. The reflections have bridged the wisdom of the past with the challenges of the present, urging us to seek knowledge not as a mere information, but as a means of enlightenment and transformation. Your presence here, despite the demands of your time and commitment, is a testament to your generosity of spirit and dedication to the pursuit of knowledge. We are deeply indebted to you for sharing your wisdom, for igniting, stimulating discussions, for inspiring us to delve deeper into the vast oceans of the Indian knowledge system. We conclude this session, we carry with us the echoes of your thought, Professor Chakravarti, and the inspiration to keep alive the spirit of inquiry and reflection. We remain hopeful in that is not an end, but a beginning of deeper engagement, richer dialogues, and the continued guidance of luminous minds as you are. A profound gratitude from the Department of English. I thank the President of the Managing Committee, Shri Ramlal Gupta ji. I thank the Honorable Principal of the College, Dr. Aarti Trehan, for her constant support. I thank the delegates who are present in the session and the delegates who are joining the meeting online throughout the country. I thank all the senior faculty of the college, and I thank Dr. Priyanka, the co-convener of the seminar, for providing me the chance to convey the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude the inaugural session that was filled with intellectual stimulation, engaging discussions, and meaningful exchanges. A heartfelt thanks to all, to both our dignitaries, Professor Mohanty and Professor Chakravarti. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, sir. For the participants, since we were to start with our technical session 1 at 1:45, so we'll not take a break, and right away we'll move on to our technical session 1. I hand over the session to Madam Rajni. She'll be taking charge of the next 2 sessions. Thank you, sir. Professor Iqbal. Professor,
yes,
have you joined? Yes, yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Dr. Priyanka Singh. A very good afternoon to all. I, Ms. Rajni Dhawan, Session Coordinator, Technical Session 1, welcome you all in this one-day national seminar on Indian knowledge system, harmonizing culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought. I am extremely delighted to welcome our today's resource person for Plenary Talk 1, respected Sir Dr. Javed Iqbal Bhatt, PG Department of English, South Campus, University of Kashmir. Before inviting our today's resource person for its plenary talk, I introduce such a dynamic personality among us. Dr. Javed Iqbal Bhatt is an academic, writer, translator, and a cultural critic. He teaches at the Postgraduate Department of English, South Campus, University of Kashmir. Sir has completed his PhD from Department of English, Ohio University, USA. Dr. Javed has done his MPhil and MA program from the Center of English Study, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Sir is the author of 7 books, including Rapture, Oxford University Press, and Dissolution called Peace, Hyper Calling. Dr. Javed Bhatt teaches literary theory and criticism, British fiction, Indian English writing across genres, modern British poetry. In addition to teaching and research responsibility, Sir is currently working as an Assistant Dean, Student Welfare, South Campus, University of Kashmir. Welcome, sir. Sir, we are truly honored to have you as a resource person for this plenary session. Now, I invite respected Sir Dr. Javed Iqbal Bhatt to share knowledge on exploring ideas, a review of the literary heritage of Kashmir from the classical period to the current. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rajni Dhawan. I am also, first of all, I extend my thanks to the college, Dr. Principal of the college, Dr. Ardit Rehan, Dr. Priyanka Singh, and I think Dr. Kavita Mahajan, the co-convener of the seminar, for this opportunity to be present in this seminar and share my ideas on the theme of this particular seminar. Now, I have just a second, I will start this. So are the slides visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so good afternoon and namaste to all of you who are present there in this seminar. My topic for this particular talk, that has been the time that has been given to me, is exporting ideas, a review of the literary heritage of Kashmir from the classical period to the current. Now, when I looked at the theme of this particular seminar, Indian knowledge systems is one of the key areas that is to be covered. I have been engaging with this particular theme for a couple of years in the past. In fact, last year also we had two, one international conference, one national conference that I organized with the help of ICSR. So I'm engaged with this theme and thought that this topic that I have chosen would be appropriate to deliberate upon in this seminar. And I have not any specific, because because the audience, as I was told, is a very heterogeneous audience from across India. I thought it would be proper for me to kind of give an overview of the literary heritage, the intangible cultural heritage that has come out of Kashmir over the past 2000 years. It is a very broad area that I will try to cover, especially focusing on some milestones in this period. Not the whole, if you focus on any one specific text that or any author, it will take a long time, but it is kind of a primer, a kind of an introduction to my audience here to give them some idea as to the contributions that have come from Kashmir to the larger Indian knowledge system, to the larger uh, panorama of literary writings that has emerged out of Kashmir. So the title is Exporting Ideas, a review of the literary heritage of Kashmir from the classical period to the current. To begin with, if you look at the classical period of Kashmir as to the kind of texts, the kind of events, the authors that came out of Kashmir in the classical period, a huge number of texts. In fact, I think some of the top classical Sanskrit, poets have emerged from Kashmir and have significantly contributed to the metaphysical, philosophical arena of India as a whole. If you begin with, for example, Nilmat Purana, a text that has come from, I think, the specific date is not clear as to when this text was written or compiled. And the information we get about this text is actually from Raja Tarangni that came in the 11th century by Kalhana Pandit. So it is from that text, retrospectively, we get an idea about this text. There were some recensions of this text as well, and some interpolations also occurred. But this is the 4th to 7th century text, giving us, in fact, this text can be called in a way national epic of Kashmir, but at the same time also producing a cultural history of this region, not just Kashmir, largely it is about Kashmir, but it also covers a wider area, giving us the history of, the original, in fact, the myth of the origin of Kashmir also is traced to this particular text as to how Kashmir emerged, how it was a lake, a satisar, and how demons had made life of the inhabitants terrible. And then there is a divine intervention, the water is emptied out and the valley is created out of that. So at the same time, while I'm talking about these texts, I'm talking about, say, Buddhist Council or Abhinav Gupta. I think the point to be remembered here is that there is, if not an organic connection between these texts and events, there is definitely a connection worth deliberating upon, worth keeping in mind. That Nilmat Purana is connected to Raja Tarangni, and the Raja Tarangni has connections to further histories that came out of Kashmir during the medieval period, when Persian language was for about 300 years the official language in Kashmir. So there's a solid thread of connecting these different eras, different events, and different texts from the classical period to even the modern period. Maybe the connection slightly broke during the medieval period as Islam emerged into Kashmir, but then it did not completely disappear. There was a dormant layer that continued. Say, for example, when we talk about that Persian classic histories emerged in medieval period, and they took elements from the classical period. But then the language was Persian, and the Kashmiri language was, it was at the popular level. It worked out at the popular level. So there, it retained that classical touch in its literary output, and that then also transferred to the modern period. I will talk about it when we look at other things that I have prepared here. Then we have Fourth Buddhist Council. Although there was some controversy as to where the Fourth Buddhist Council took place, but largely the agreement among scholars is that this council occurred in Kashmir around 72 AD, when Kushana king Kanish, when he was confused as to, when he looked at the number of sects and schools that had emerged in Buddhism, and he wanted to bring all these texts together and let these monks and Buddhist scholars sit down to prepare something comprehensive and as well as understandable, some order to the diverse writings and schools and sects that had emerged. So that also took place in Kashmir around 72 AD, when for around 6 months these scholars sat down, and finally, when we talk about exporting ideas, the Mahayana and the Hinayana schools, that was an offshoot of this Fourth Buddhist Council, that then spread to other areas. In fact, the Chinese traveler Huan Song, who has written about this Fourth Buddhist Council and whose idea that it happened in Kashmir in a particular area called Kanzalbal, which is close to Srinagar, and then its impact on China. It was, in fact, if you look at the literary heritage, literary outputs, or philosophical and metaphysical outputs from Kashmir, 750 to 900 AD is a very rich period in which you have a lot of this, the literary heritage that came prior to this period was finally compiled, given shape, and given a particular order, and then it is dissemination into the neighboring regions of Kashmir, even to China or even to Tibet, because Ladakh was close and Ladakh was closer to Tibet. So Kashmir to Ladakh, and from there to Tibetan regions, and even to the larger, mainland India, where these thoughts and these ideas they began to be disseminated. Why Kashmir was chosen? Perhaps because of the climate, because initially the suggestion was somewhere outside, and then it was thought the climate is not good, it is very quite damp, and for 6 months it is not possible, and there is enough food supply available in Kashmir. So it was found to be the proper space where we could engage in deliberations and discussions. And finally, we had Mahayana. And in fact, Sanskrit also began to be formally used after this Buddhist council in case of their scholarly writings. And an important person who was born in Kashmir, although his ancestors, it is believed, had come from outside Kashmir, is Abhinav Gupta. Now, Abhinav Gupta is important in many ways. When I was doing my master's degree, we had this text called Natya Shastra. It was there for the first time, although in Kashmir we had in our school curriculum, he was not there present. So for the first time, when I was doing this master's program, and I came across Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, and then from there the name Abhinav Gupta also emerged, because his Abhinav Bharati is, we can say, an exegesis of what is contained in Natya Shastra. The aesthetics and the poetics and the theorization around that is contained in Abhinav Bharati, because when they are talking about the rasa theory, so he then creates this idea of the Shanta rasa as the eighth one, and Ananda as the basic mental state. So he is quite important in this arena of exporting ideas, because then in fact, if you look at Aristotle's Poetics, I think from our side, we may say that Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra is perhaps an equivalent of that Poetics, although the ingredients and the theorization around that may be different. But there is something comparable, and Abhinav Bharati is perhaps an authoritative commentary on Bharata's Natya Shastra. There were other commentaries, but Abhinav Gupta summarizes those recensions which have disappeared. He summarizes what they have said, but his this Abhinav Bharati is considered to be a very authoritative commentary on the aesthetics of theater, aesthetics, the aesthetics of theory, how he gives a proper dimension, a proper shape. And not only in case of theory, Abhinav Gupta also, in his Danyalok Lochan, where he talks about the Dwani, which Anand Vardhana had expounded, he is the one who further deliberates, or even his Tantraloka, which is, in a way, you can see the commentary on Kashmir Trika Shaivism, Kashmiri Shaivism or Trika Shaivism, the non-dualistic, idealistic, monastic metaphysics. In his Tantraloka, he deliberates upon, again, a commentary on that thought system that came out of Kashmir. So quite an impressive figure, which, if you look at the intangible cultural heritage of Kashmir, he forms an important milestone in that respect. I won't go into detail as to his, further contributions. It is not only Tantraloka or his Abhinav Bharati or his Donyalok Lochan, which he has written. In addition to that, he had his hands filled with other engagements, literary in terms of literature. Then, if you come to, an important writer once again, this I'm still in the classical period. In fact, if you compare the classical, the medieval, and the modern period, the classical period has done a significant contribution in terms of the heritage. Hence, it is relevance to the larger whole of Indian knowledge system. Because most of these, the contribution that it has made to Sanskrit literature and philosophy is, is humongous. One has to only open on the, I think when Jawaharlal Nehru University for the first time opened a special center for Sanskrit studies, if you look at the syllabus of the curriculum, you'll find a bulk of it has its connection to the classical period in Kashmir. But unfortunately, not much within Kashmir. Unfortunately, not much of research has been done in this field. It is not perhaps was not, but recently there has been a renewal of that. Was not considered to be a very serious field of inquiry and investigation. In 20th century, there has occurred this renewal of focus on this, especially after the invention of the European philologists, the Orientalists who who rediscovered, we can say, these texts, translated them, and then there was a widespread spread of these classical Sanskrit period. Now, if you come to Vasugupta now, Vasugupta is his Shiv Sutras are considered to be the foundational text of Kashmir Shaivism, although he had inherited from the previous Agamas, but his Shiv Sutras is regarded as the foundational text. Now, sometimes I wonder why the transition to Islam in Kashmir was somewhat smooth, although there was violence. Maybe perhaps because of the originary theories of Kashmir Shaivism and perhaps Islam are somewhat similar, because you have non-dualistic, this monastic monotheism like Kashmir Shaivism, and then the monotheism that came from outside did not have that sharp contrast. So maybe that was perhaps a reason of a somewhat smooth transition towards a new metaphysics, new thought system that came into Kashmir around 14th century in the form of Islam, and especially Sufi Islam, and the acceptance of Sufi Islam because of the previous deep and long tradition that pre-existed in Kashmir. And even the origin of Shiv Sutras, it is said that Vasugupta, there are 2-3 theories. So one is that he had he got these sutras in his dream. And the other one is that he found them inscribed on a big rock, which kind of echoes in us the idea of Moses receiving those commandments inscribed on a particular rock, somewhat similar. So this is the Advaita Shaivism, and then his own commentary, although there were some other people who also have produced a commentary on Shiv Sutras. His Spand Karika, which is a commentary he himself gave about the Shiv Sutra. There was decline of this focus on this Trika Shaivism and Shiv Sutras or Advaita Shaivism in the medieval period, although, as I have said, that there was a subterranean expression of this form of metaphysics. There was an engagement with this form of metaphysics and epistemic base. And it is only then in the 20th century when we have a renewed attention, renewed interest in this particular thought system, but especially if you look at Swami Lakshmanju, who just lived just 2 kilometers from where I am talking right now. In 20th century, he is the one who then, again revisited this thought system and talked about it, deliberated about it. And then there were some Western scholars who came around, who then translated it into English. So there was a renewed interest in 20th century, because if you look at 20th century, you are aware about the political developments that occurred. There was a shift in the power structures. The levers of power had already changed. That patronage then led to a renewed interest in this classical period literary productions. And this had impact on Shakta traditions, Nath school and Hatha yoga. So it did not, just like the other literary texts that came from Kashmir, remain stuck within Kashmir, but went outside Kashmir as well. So many, Orissa, Maharashtra areas, this Shaiva systems, they have prevailed for a long time. Then we have an important writer, and all of this, as I said a while back, 750 to 900 AD, at maximum you can stretch it to 950. So around these 200 years, very rich, very dense with debates and discussions and the production of these texts and the commentaries on these texts. There was something in the intellectual firmament at that time that led to this intense creative activity. So now we have Somdev. Somdev is famous for the Katha Sarit Sagar, the sea of stories, ocean of stories. But he acknowledges that he had taken it from Gunadiya, his Brihat Katha. We don't have available Gunadiya's Brihat Katha or some recensions. Perhaps he has taken it from them with some interpolation, with some changes. But right now we have Somdeva's Katha Sarit Sagar, which has been translated into English. And then in King Zainul Abidin's court, who came when Islam came to Kashmir, and his court was buzzing with translation activities. He got it translated into Persian, and it went to outside Kashmir with the help of that translation. In fact, we later on find that a lot of these Sanskrit texts, when Dara Shikoh, Aurangzeb's brother, he did a lot of translation activity, which led to the transmission of these texts from the Indian mainland to outside countries, especially Iran, where Persian, or or other countries, regions which were under the Persian influence. Even King Akbar, when he invaded Kashmir and annexed Kashmir in around 1586, he took a lot of these texts and got them translated from his courtiers. So you had the beginning of the outpouring of these texts in the form of translation with the help of King. King Zainul Abidin is considered to be a very Catholic king, somewhat of a golden period in the history of Kashmir, where there were these, his court, he brought in scholars from almost all schools, and he asked them to work in this field of translation, reviving the older texts and getting them translated. Professor H.S. Wilson in 19th century also got this text translated into English. In fact, if you look at Salman Rushdie's Harun and the Sea of Stories, that is taken from Katha Sarit Sagar. A lot of stories the Vikram Betal we had in childhood, they have their origin in this Katha Sarit Sagar. So we don't know. I mean, we have then Sindbad, that Arabian Nights. Some scholars are building connections between that uh, Arabian Nights and Katha Sarit Sagar. Originally, they were told because Somdev was a courtier, and for the queen's wife who had some issue with her, the stories were created for her. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make here, which underpins my presentation, is that ideas got exported from Kashmir. If you look at the geographical region of Kashmir, it is not that big. It is surrounded by mountains, a valley, and to imagine that so many literary ideas, texts, and people have stayed here and worked uh, to create these creative outputs is something that does not fail to amaze any person who is familiar with the geography of Kashmir, as small it being. Then we move to the medieval period where we have Laleshwari, we have Mullah Tahir Gani Kashmiri and Parmanand. I'm just, in between you'll find there are a lot of other people. This is just my perspective as to the people who have shaped uh, Kashmiri thought, or who have influenced outside regions of Kashmir. So Laleshwari is considered to be a Shaivite who forms a kind of a bridge between the classical Sanskrit thought and the medieval popular Kashmiri thought, because her works, the poetic style, the stanzas, they they are very catchy. They became popular, and many people even now, especially the older generation, remembers those works of us. Sir Richard Carnac Temple, who has written this book, The Word of Lalla, he analyzing those stanzas and in fact claims that these works are an extension of that the idea of Turkashaivism, that deep within, hidden within that is this it carries the essence of Vasugupta's those Shiv Sutras, or the Skanda Karika that he had later on created in the form of a commentary. So Laleshwari is kind of a bridge between, you can say, medieval Kashmir and the classical Kashmir, but she is anchored in the Turkashaivism thought. She's not, many would try to link her with some other thought system, but there are persuasive arguments by different scholars based on evidence from her works that she is essentially connected to this Kashmiri Turkashaivism. Then we have Mullah Tahir Gani Kashmiri, on whom recently scholarship has come out, a medieval Kashmiri who became famous not so much in mainland India, though he wrote during Aurangzeb's time, but he became very famous in the Iranian areas where Persian. So he came from Kashmir, but because of his vast writings in Persian, it is believed that he was invited. Many Iranian scholars came to Kashmir just to meet him, and Ghalib, Mir Taqi Mir, and Iranians, and even Iqbal, who later on, produced a new idea. Although initially he was in for a united Sare Jahan Se Acha Hindustan of that fame. So he also refers to this, and the emperor at that time, he invited him, and wanting to know that how, not having Persian a mother language, in spite of that, he is able to produce such writings in Persian language, that even the heartland of Persian Iran, the scholars from that place are eager to meet him in Kashmir, and it is said that many of them came to Kashmir. Then we have Parmanand Kaul in the medieval period, although the landscape was had changed, but he had his famous Leelas and the Bhakti tradition. He builds a connection in that area. Parmanand Kaul also, he had his connections to Shaivism also. That is why I'm saying that the impression may be gained that once Islam came and all that was produced in classical Sanskrit period simply disappeared. But that did not happen. You find that not only in Parmanand, but also Rupa Bhavani, who is a famous, and even in fact, just now I said Leshwari, it may have remained somewhat, clouded, but it did not, like the sun, disappear. It was there behind, constantly giving warmth to people and infusing their thought system and giving illumination. Because the essence of Kashmir Shaivism is the philosophy of recognition, pratibhijniya. So you have the idea of recognition. The ultimate uh, goal is self-recognition, and then the transformation because of that. So anyway, moving forward, we have in the modern period a lot of people. I'm especially fond of Sadh Hasan Manto, his partition stories. I don't know how many of you, there are these famous letters that are exchanged between Jawaharlal Nehru and Sadh Hasan Manto. If you read uh, those letters, in one of the letters, you have Jawaharlal Nehru talking about Manto, and you know, and Manto writing to Jawaharlal Nehru, very upset with Jawaharlal Nehru as to what has happened to India and how you have, all the partition trauma. There are these resonances of partition trauma in those letters. The word Manto is a measuring unit. Is a measuring unit, and he wrote some of the. I think uh, without Manto, without reading his short stories, I don't think one can get the essence of partition as to what partition was and what partition did to the lives of ordinary people. Uh, Ordinary people. They are part of curriculum also. They have been translated, but in translation you may get the idea, but you don't get the feeling of that. As we say in Urdu, you get the mafhum, but you don't get the tasir. Then you have Anwar Shah Kashmiri, anti-colonial freedom movement. He was part of that, and he not only in that, but also the Deobandi school of thought considered it is part of the curriculum. His thought on Shah Kashmiri is his home has recently been converted into a heritage building. Then Iqbal, whose ancestors are traced to Kashmir, he belonged to the Sapru, I think the Sapru family or the Kol family, and later on, his family migrated to Sialkot, and then we know what happened later on, or what happened afterwards. He wrote, we mostly look at his Urdu writings, his Urdu poetry. Some of his Urdu poetry was very popular in schools, and I think it is still, like, for example, the famous prayer, Labyati hai dua ban ke tamanna meri, or even Sare jahan se acha Hindustan hamar. Although later on, an atypical case of self-plagiarism, he wrote something else, converted Sare jahan se acha, the line into another line. So, for example, he's a Muslim hai, the whole world is now our watan, not just Hindustan. But his Persian writings, they are, I think he wrote more in Persian, if I'm not wrong, than he wrote in Urdu. And in fact, in English also, his reconstruction of Muslim thoughts, if that is the title, reconstruction of Muslim thought, he wrote. So then even Jawaharlal Nehru, his ancestors, and the word Nehru, it is Neher, because I think it was originally Kol. When he migrated to Delhi, they were living by the side of a canal, and then the surname changed to Nehru. We know about his contribution is in modern period. Then even Salman Rushdie, his ancestors, if you read his Shalimar the Cloud, it is dedicated to his grandparents who belonged in Midnight's Children, the famous book the novel that he wrote, which was a kind of a paradigm shift in Indian English writing, a kind of linguistic innovation that he produced. It begins in Kashmir with Adam Aziz, and he returns from Germany, and he has this moral crisis that he faces. And later on, national allegory of is built from that point onwards. So anyway, I won't go further than that, and I thought in this presentation I will give you a broad overview as to the contributions. All of this is part of the heritage, intangible cultural heritage, we can call it. And within the larger this Indian knowledge system, as to how there has been an interchange of ideas from uh, between Kashmir and the surrounding regions. And it is acknowledged, uh, uh, if you look at the curriculum, not only within, I mentioned Special Center for Sanskrit Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, but if you look at syllabus at some uh, Sanskrit institutes outside the country, you'll find a lot of texts from that have emerged from the classical period, or even the medieval period. Mullah Ghani Kashmiri, you find his contributions, his literary output in the syllabus in different countries of the world. So I think that is it. Hopefully next time, if I get an opportunity, I can talk about specific texts, specific theories, the rasa theory there of Abhinav Gupta, how different it is from the Natya Shastra theory, what kind of addition is or deletion is did he make. But the bottom line is that the place was thriving with ideas. They were deliberating, and they had in mind a larger area around it. It was not, they weren't ensconced within this particular region. It was in their consciousness there is this outer, in fact, the Shahnama, we don't know how much of a connection Shahnama and Raja Tarangi. I did not mention Raja Tarangi here. Perhaps I think Jawaharlal Nehru mentioned, is it in Discovery of India or some other book, that this was, across India, you don't find much historical texts, historical books. Raja Tarangi is one where you get from Kashmir a contribution to the larger Indian knowledge system, a historical book. So is Raja Tarangi connected to Shahnama that was produced in Iran? So that connection is yet to be perhaps thought about, and maybe connections will be built. So that was it. I thank once again to the organizing team, the principal, and the conveners and co-conveners of the seminar. And I also thank the audience for listening to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your precious time with us and enlighten us with your knowledge and valuable thoughts. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, I request Madam Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-convener of this seminar, for vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Rajni. It is indeed a privilege to extend a heartfelt thanks to Professor Bhatt for his illuminating talk on exporting ideas, a review of literary heritage of Kashmir from classical period to the current. Professor Bhatt, your insightful discourse has taken us on a fascinating journey through Kashmir's literary landscape, tracing its evolution from the classical Sanskrit texts to the contemporary voices, shaping its rich intellectual traditions. Your analysis of how Kashmiri literature has traversed borders, influencing and being influenced by diverse traditions have been particularly enlightening. The intersections of history, language, and identity that you have so eloquently explored will undoubtedly inspire further research and engagement among scholars and students alike. So on behalf of the organizing committee, our institution, and everyone present here, I extend my sincere gratitude for sharing your expertise with us today, sir. Your words have not only deepened our appreciation of Kashmiri literary heritage, but have also encouraged us to rethink the ways in which literature shapes and is being shaped by the global dialogues. So once again, sir, I thank you so much for your invaluable contribution and sparing your time. Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to engaging with you and for a long-term association that we can have between you and our institution. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I heartily welcome to our resource person for plenary talk 2, respected Madam Dr. Sahita Joshi ji, Faculty, Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai. Welcome you, ma'am. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished resource person for the plenary session. Respected Madam Dr. Sahita Joshi ji is a faculty at the Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai since 2012. Earlier, she taught at the Ram Narayan Ruia College between 2010 to 2012. She secured a gold medal in her BA Political Science and a third position in MA Political Science. In 2003, ma'am was awarded Shankar Dayal Sharma Award, which is given to the best student of University of Mumbai. Ma'am has a A grade in National Credit Crop C certificate exam to her credit. Her PhD thesis is published in 2017 by Rawat Publisher as a book titled Rethinking Panchayati Raj. Ma'am also has to her credit many academic articles published in national and international journals. Recently, Kavita Word published her Ghazal and Nizam in form of book title Ek Ghut Izzat 2023. Her research interests are ancient Indian political thoughts, Western political thoughts, urban politics, development, and gender. She is a poet at heart and has a knack of translating difficult socio-political themes and idea into lucidly written poetry in Hindustani, in which she is able to capture community experience as well. Ma'am has performed and recited her poems at various open mics and mushayars. A fitness enthusiast, Sihania regularly runs half marathons and has participated in popular Tata Mumbai Marathon and Sitara Hill Marathon. She is also taking training in Kathak and Indian classical dance form from Sonia Parchure Nritya Kala Mandir. We are privileged in having an extreme individual with us. I invite respected Madam Dr. Sahita Joshi ji to deliver her talk on the topic Idea of Rule, State and Governance in Ancient Indian Texts, Reflection from Kautilya's Arthashastra. Please, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do I have a screen sharing option? Can you hear me? Dr. Priyanka, can you hear me? Okay, do I have screen sharing option?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think I found the screen sharing option. I am sharing my PPT.
Okay, ma'am.
So can you all see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I hope I am properly audible, and I think I
Yes.
have 40 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So first of all, let me extend a heartfelt thank you to a very good friend, Dr. Priyanka Singh, whom I met at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. And thank you so much, Priyanka ji, for inviting me for this one-day national seminar. And what I'm going to present today is a part of the work on which I worked at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. And I am developing that work still further. Probably when I go for the second spell at the institute, I will work further on this particular topic. So what I thought that I would keep my talk specific to reflections from Kautilya's Arthashastra. However, to understand what Kautilya has to say and what are the unique ideas of ideas on rule, state and governance in ancient Indian context, we also need to look at some of the ideas that have dominated the realm of what constitutes the political or what constitutes the discipline of political science. And therefore, I'll quickly have a look at how the Western political thought, Western political philosophy and Western political theory have looked at some of the core concepts. And then I'll move to what ancient Indian texts have to say and how they are different. So when we look at the Western theorization, particularly two concepts are at the foundation of all philosophical or theoretical conceptualizations. And that is, what is the relationship, what is the self, and what is the relationship of the self with the non-self or the other, right? And in the Western philosophical traditions, what we found that these traditions are more or less, if not completely, anthropocentric in nature, which places human at the center of all theorization, which places individual at the center of any conceptualization, be it conceptualization about the idea of the political or other ideas. And this makes the self extremely powerful. It is highly individualistic in nature because of this kind of a conceptualization. It pins its faith in rationality, human rationality. It aims to conceptualize institutions, conceptualize governance institution, conceptualize some of the important core political ideas. In order to achieve human happiness, in order to achieve utilitarian based goals, and it is highly self-interested in that sense. This doesn't mean that this is a wrong way or a bad way of conceptualization. This is the only distinguishing feature of the Western anthropocentric concept of the self, which is also which can also be called as an atomistic conception of the self. There is one more important aspect of the Western philosophical tradition is that it works around various kinds of binary. So the binary of the self and the other is a highlighting aspect of the way even the idea of political or the discipline of political science is connected with. So I'm sure those who belong to the discipline of political science know that politics is all about conflict resolution. And the very idea of conflict resolution emanates from a binary that there are two people, right? These two people are myself and the other. And there will be some kind of a conflict at one point here or the other about resource sharing of the resources or many other aspects, for which you require some kind of an intervening or an adjudicating agency or a mediating agency which will resolve these conflicts. And that's how the very idea of rule or the institution of the state and governance apparatus has emerged. Now, when we look at overall the Western philosophical traditions with respect to political ideas, we realize that most of the theorization has happened around placing the individual or the self at the center. As Max Stirner also said in his work, nothing is more to me than myself. Or when we look at Kantian categorical imperatives, which define human beings as an end in itself, Human beings are the end in itself. They cannot be used as an instrument or a medium to achieve anything higher than the human beings themselves, which makes most of the theorization around rule, state, and governance aimed at protection of individual rights, individual identity, individuality. It is driven by individual rationality. It is guided by achievement of human happiness, focused highly on utility and self-interest. As I said earlier, this doesn't mean that this way of conceptualization is bad, but this is a very different way of conceptualizing the world around us. In this kind of a conceptualization, humans are at the center and the non-humans are probably at a secondary position. That also is another binary, the binary between the humans and the non-humans. The non-humans are many a times otherized, and which has led to many ecological and environmental problems that we see today, that the entire Western tradition of industrialization, urbanization has led us to exploitation of environmental resources, because it places humans at the center and allows exploitation of the nature or the non-human world. This kind of a conceptualization has been critiqued even within the Western traditions. Because I have limited time, I'm not going to focus on the critique done by Western thinkers themselves, which is found in Michael Sandel's work, who critiques the idea of self-interested, unencumbered self, because it denies or it disconnects all kinds of community ties or community engagements of the self with the others. Marx also has critiqued this in much detail because he sees the state as an institution of class oppression. Hannah Arendt, when she covered the Eichmann trials, has at length critiqued the bureaucratic instrumental rationality, how it led to the entire Holocaust. Postmodern thinkers also have looked at critically the anthropocentric nature of the Western philosophical traditions and have called them meta-narratives. Modern liberal state is a meta-narrative which is highly homogenizing and totalizing. But looking at the paucity of time, I'm not going into the details of the critique of the Western ideas on rule, state, and governance. I'll directly jump on to what I want to talk today, which is what are the insights from ancient Indian texts, and particularly focusing on Kautilya's Arthashastra. Now, what is the difference between the Western tradition and Indian tradition? As I said, Western tradition places the self at the center of all kinds of imagination for theoretical concepts, imagination for institutions, imagination for in administrative apparatus or governance machinery, or many other aspects. Whereas when we look at the Indian philosophical traditions and Indian text, we realize that the entire universe is imagined as a multi-dimensional cosmology. And this has been very well explained in the Rig Veda in the term used, Rita. Here on my slide, you will find RTA, Rita. It's very difficult to write or translate things from Sanskrit in English all the time. So Rita is a very, very important term which emanates from ancient Indian texts, which defines the multi-dimensional nature of cosmology. The idea of Rita basically defines the connectedness of the reality that exists around us. So every single entity, including the self, the non-self, the higher self, the human, the non-human, are all connected. And therefore, in the words of Barbara Holdrych, what we find that the idea of the self that we find in ancient Indian texts is a highly polycentric conception of the self. It is not atomistic conception, but a polycentric conception. So self is connected with many aspects of the reality, which includes the others, the non-human world, and many other aspects. When we look at the very important Rigved verse from Rigved Mandala 10, which is known as popularly the Purusha Sukta. Purusha Sukta is also considered as the origin of the caste system. However, Today's discussion is not on caste system, and as an individual, I don't support the hierarchical and discriminatory nature of the caste system, and which is a purged form of the Varna Vyavastha, which we earlier find in the ancient texts. That's not the point of discussion right now. That's why I'm not going into that direction. But the origin of the Varna Vyavastha, or the so-called purged form of caste system that we find today, is to be related to the Purusha Sukta in the Rigved Mandala 10. Now, if you look at this particular shloka, I'm not going into details of the shloka over here. There are 4 varnas: Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and the Shudras. So the Kshatriyas are the that class of this entire Varna Vyavastha, which are engaged in ruling the society, right? They are supposed to rule over the society. The Rajanya. So the Rajanya is a part of the Varna Vyavastha, is not something above the Varna Vyavastha or outside the Varna Vyavastha or external to Varna Vyavastha. So this Varna Vyavastha also imagines the Raja, or the ruler, or the Kshatriya as a part of a connected entity or a connected reality. So all 4 varnas are connected to each other. They are not silos. They are not independent of each other. They are interdependent. This kind of an enmeshed nature of the social and political is a very unique characteristic of the idea of rule, idea of governance, or idea of state from ancient Indian text. This kind of an enmeshed idea also gives us some more important perspectives about the ancient Indian ideas on the idea of rule, and that is, it pins its faith on the idea of bandhu bhava. All the elements of this connected entity are show respect, reverence, and compassion for each other. So there is a place for everybody, there is reverence for everybody, there is compassion for all entities. And that's why non-anthropocentrism or non-instrumentalism is another characteristic feature of this reality. What I feel that ancient Indian texts have highlighted is that they have created the idea of political normativity, which is tied to the idea of dharma. Dharma should not be translated as religion. We all now know about it, and I need not explain that aspect over here. Dharma originates from the root word dri, and the root word dri or dhru basically means to hold or to sustain. This idea of dharma works as an ethical and a moral yardstick, which guides all 4 varnas, all 4 ashramas, and all 4 purusharthas. And I'm sure most of us are familiar with these 4 varnas, which are Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. 4 ashramas, that is Brahmacharya ashram, Grihasthashram, Vanaprasthashram, and Sannyasthashram, and 4 purusharthas, that is Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. It's a fourfold way to look at the connectedness of the cosmology, the multidimensional idea of cosmology. One more important ancient Indian text that is conveying a very, very characteristic idea about the idea of rule from the ancient Indian text is Shukla Yajurveda. Shukla Yajurveda has a prayer, and I'm not going into details of the prayer. That prayer basically, the bottom line of the prayer is that the Raja is supposed to function in a manner where he prays to the higher self that my subject need to be satisfied, and I will work in that direction. This kind of an idea is a unique characteristic feature of ancient Indian texts. I'm sure some of you will say that we do find similarity to this kind of a thought in ancient Greek political thought as well, and I don't deny that. Definitely, we find some kind of resemblance in the ancient Greek political thought as well. Just like the dharma is a defining aspect of ancient Indian perspectives, danda is also a defining aspect of the ancient Indian perspective. Now, danda, the word danda, originates from the root word dhamma. Now, dhamma basically means to restrain or to put things under control. And from that only the idea of the rod of punishment or the scepter, which has now been placed even in the Parliament of India, which is symbolic of the idea that the rulers or the members of the parliament or the representatives that come from various constituencies are supposed to work under one condition, that they are under some kind of a danda. Dharma and danda are regulating forces. They are monitoring forces. They act as a political morality above them, and that has to be, so it's a reminder that scepter should not be placed in our parliament just as a showpiece, but it's a reminder of the some kind of a higher control above all representatives. And of course, in the modern parlance, the constitutional morality is the highest monitoring or controlling authority above all of us. Now, these ideas basically saves us from all kinds of anarchy or chaos that may emanate in situations of conflict, and how these conflicts or these kinds of these situations of chaos or anarchy can be resolved. That duty is placed in the hands of the Rajanya or the Raja. In the work of Stuart Gray, who is a very, very recent scholar, he teaches at the Washington Lee University, and his work, very recent work published in 2017 on political ideas from ancient India and China, has done some path-breaking work where he has identified the Rajanical form of government. So democratic form of government is something that is a gift of Western world, and Rajanical form of government is a idea emanating from ancient India. This is a conclusion Stuart Gray makes in his very recently published book, where he says that the Indian imagination of the government, Indian imagination of idea of rule, Indian imagination of idea of state is fixated with the idea of the king, or what is the role of the Raja. And Raja is supposed to be imagined as a steward. Who is this steward, or what this steward is supposed to do? The steward is supposed to function as if he is a caretaker, right? So the caretaker does have authority, but is answerable, is controlled. And what is the form of that control, and what is the form of that monitoring over him? The dharma and the danda are those controlling forces or the monitoring forces. In fact, when we look at the Atharva Veda, in Atharva Veda, there is reference to the Rajasuya Yagna. And I'm sure people over here who are listening to me are familiar with the term Rajasuya Yagna, because we have heard it in with reference to Ramayana and Mahabharata as well. So at the time of Rajasuya Yagna, when a king conducts a Rajasuya Yagna, at the end of the Rajasuya Yagna, he declares himself as Adandyosmi, 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 means I'm not controlled or restrained by anybody. Upon this kind of a declaration, the Ashtarishi Mandal, or the rishis, who are representative of the monitoring force called dharma and danda, actually hit the scepter or the danda on his head, which is symbolic in nature, and announce or again declare that dharma dandyosi, dharma dandyosi, dharma dandyosi. So even the Raja is not adandya, which means he is not beyond punishment, or he is not beyond any kind of action taken against him. He is also under the rule of the dharma and danda. These are the basic ideas from the ancient Indian texts. Now I turn my attention to the core aspect of today's presentation, that is what Kautilya specifically has to say about the idea of state, idea of rule, and idea of governance. I'll not go into the historical details related to Kautilya's Arthashastra, because if I go into that, I'll not be able to focus on his ideas. But we are all aware that this particular text belonged to 3rd century, approximately 3rd century BC. He was an advisor in the Mauryan court. He was an advisor to Chandragupta Maurya, and we all know the history. We've read about it, we've heard about it, we've seen on television. I'm not going into that aspect. But when we look at Kautilya's Arthashastra, his idea of state, so Kautilyan state can be construed as, or can be taken as, an archetypical ancient Indian state. It's a model state that he presents in his work. Now, this particular state begins with certain basic assumptions and certain basic ideas as defining aspects of the idea of an Indian state that emanates from ancient Indian text. Now, why the state is first of all built, or why the state is needed? What is the why state is required? Kautilya is very, very clear. Kautilya sees state as a medium, as something which is required for acquisition and maintenance of earth, that is prithivya labha palanecha. So state is that mean through which you can acquire and maintain the earth. So it's just a medium. State is, of course, state is a very, very abstract idea. It has to be, who will then run the state and rule over the state? So that rule is, that power is given in the hands of the Raja. So it's a monarchical form of government, very clearly stated in Kautilya's Arthashastra. It's not a democratic form of government as we see it in the Western tradition. This again, I feel, should not be made a point of comparison, that when there is lack of democracy, there is always problem, right? This again is a very, very totalizing and homogenizing way of defining the reality, which postmodernists also have critiqued, right? It's not, democracy also has its own pitfalls. Similarly, even monarchical form of government has its own pitfalls. We are right now looking at what are the characteristic, what is this characteristic or archetypical model which emanates from Kautilya's Arthashastra. Now, the duties to run the state are given in the hands of the ruler or the Raja. Raja is the epitome of power. However, Raja is supposed to function as if he is a father to his subject. And these are important ideas that are found in Kautilya's Arthashastra. He is supposed to take care of his subject like a father. Like he's supposed to care for his subject. And three most important functions that are assigned to him are Rakshana, Palana, and Yogakshema. So security, safety, and Yogakshema are the most important functions that are given to the Raja or the monarch. He's supposed to, in fact, this is a very important tagline that can be considered as the defining aspect of Kautilya's Arthashastra is, Raja is supposed to function in a manner where he goes like this, Praja Sukhe Sukham Ragnya. So in the happiness of the subject lies the happiness of the ruler. Ruler is supposed to place his own happiness as secondary and subject's happiness as most important and paramount and primary in nature. Now here there is a word which I want to highlight and go into a little bit of detail, that Raja is supposed to perform three important functions, Rakshana, Palana, and Yogakshema. What is Yogakshema? Yogakshema is made of two important words, Yoga and Kshema. The word Yoga means apraptasya prapanam nama yoga, meaning things which we have not acquired, right? When we acquire things which we have not acquired, when we acquire, that process is known as yoga. And the things now are, open to definition. Which things we want to acquire, we need to acquire, we have to acquire. This is open to, and there's a lot of liberty also given. That's why this is the beauty of Indian philosophy. Apraptasya prapanam nama yoga. And kshema means praptasya parirakshana nama kshema. The things that we have acquired, they need to be safeguarded, they need to be secured, they need to be preserved over a period of time. So this kind of this is a very, very important function that is assigned to the state, to the state and the ruler or the monarch or the Raja, which is again a very, very unique function found in the archetypical ancient Indian state as explained in Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya's state is also bound by a political normativity, which is defined by dharma and danda, which I already have explained. Dharma and danda are the two most defining political normative ideas which are at the foundation of ancient Indian state. Now, Kautilian state and its power are not concentrated in the hands of either, not only in the hands of the Raja. It is divided. So in a way, the idea of division of power, delegation of power, or some amount of democratization of power does exist in the Kautilian state. Though it's very difficult and in fact also wrong to draw similarities in the Western tradition and the Indian tradition. In fact, that's where we falter. After the emergence of the postmodern philosophical tradition, we must realize that we should not really all the time struggle and strive to find similar concepts in the Western and the Indian tradition, because these are two extremely different traditions. And let's celebrate the differences and let's try to move in the kind of hybrid model that we can build, which combines and unites the ideas from the Western world as well as from the Indian tradition. So the idea of the state and its power is not focused, or it's not concentrated in just the Raja. There are 7 important entities which are also known as prakritis. You can call them 7 important elements or 7 important functionaries or 7 important important parts of the state power. One of the most highlighting feature of the Kautilian state is that this imagination of state is not focused on who is our enemy, with whom we have to fight. So the binary imagination doesn't really exist in this kind of archetypical model. And that's why I'm sure you are all familiar with Max Weber's idea on bureaucracy and state. And when we look at his definition, the Western state is fixated with the idea of legitimate use of violence or legitimate use of coercion. This is absent in the Kautilian imagination of the state, or in general, the ancient Indian imagination. One of the important highlighting feature of Kautilian state, one of the important element of the state power or the prakriti of the state power is a mitra. So this is a most unique contribution of Kautilian state, that it wants to engage. The state is supposed to engage with the neighboring state and consider it as mitra, right? So this is a very important and a unique feature of the idea of state found in Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya's Arthashastra also is unique in the sense that so these days in contemporary political discourse, everybody is talking about growth, everybody is talking about development, everybody is talking about what kind of advancements we are going to make. And all these kinds of advancements can happen only by building robust public infrastructure, which is of both kind, the physical as well as social. Now, this is really interesting that we find references in Arthashastra, where Arthashastra says that the king is supposed to focus on building Setu Bandha, Shunya Niveshana, Vanikapatha, trade routes, Khani are the mines. So he's focusing on building all these kind of infrastructure, which are very similar to contemporary programs like building smart cities, freight corridors, or Make in India program. All these contemporary Indian programs are talking about building infrastructure, which is both physical and social. Socialism is something which has emanated or which has emerged in the Western tradition. But I think we also should take some pride that socialism is not necessarily a Western idea. Belief in social help, social engagement, belief in extending the idea of care and compassion for all the entities which are part of the multidimensional cosmology is something which is also unique to Indian tradition. And that's why in Kautilya's Arthashastra, we find references to to things like that the Raja, who is supposed to take care of his subject as a father, is also supposed to take extra care of minors in his Rajya, in his state, aged people, elderly people, abandoned people, and destitutes at state expenses. So the idea of a welfare state, the idea of a state that functions in order to extend help for those who can't help themselves, is something which is unique contribution of Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya's Arthashastra is also unique in one more sense, I feel. And this is, I think, another defining aspect of his work. Modern discourse on state, government, idea of rule, or governance particularly, all are focused at the process of decision making, how decisions can be more transparent, how they can be more democratic in nature, decentralized in nature. So the focus is lot on process. Kautilya's Arthashastra pins faith on the decision maker. Who are the decision maker, right, is also going to implicate and have impact on the process of decision making, and finally what kind of decisions are taken. And therefore he like Plato's philosopher king, of course, it's, as I said earlier, it is not really appropriate to draw similarities, but I am compelled to draw similarities. Kautilya's Arthashastra also imagines the Raja or the ruler not just as a Raja, but as Rajarshi. So he's supposed to combine the qualities of a Raja as well as a Rishi or a sage. That's why the Raja in Kautilya's Arthashastra is also addressed as a Rajarshi, Rajarishi. And he's supposed to be a Vijigishu, who is optimistic, who is positive, who is highly creative. So Rajarshi and Vijigishu are two important terms that are contribution of Kautilya's Arthashastra. Raja Kalasya Karanam is a dictum that you find in Mahabharata Shanti Parva. So it is the king or the Raja who can change the circumstances and not vice versa. Circumstances will not create the Raja, but Raja can create the circumstances. This is also a unique contribution of ancient Indian philosophical text with respect to the idea of state or idea of rule and idea of governance. Now, this Rajarshi and Vijigishu is expected to be highly intellectual. He's supposed to take extensive training in three important philosophical traditions, which is Sankhya philosophy, Yoga philosophy, and Lokayat philosophy. He's not imagined just as a doer, but as a thinker. And he's supposed to acquire important qualities which are defined in Kautilya's Arthashastra as Swami Sampada and Atma Sampada. So acquiring some Swami Sampada will help him act as a good leader, act as a good king. And Atma Sampada, which are inner qualities, will make him a good Rishi. So it's a combination of a Raja and Rishi. He's supposed to be energetic in terms of having Utsaha Shakti, Prabhava Shakti, and Mantra Shakti. Utsaha Shakti is basically motivation. Prabhava Shakti is basically talking about his power, and this power is manifested in various ways, in his physical power in terms of physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, military prowess, and many aspects are there which are defined in Kautilya's Arthashastra. And Mantra Shakti is basically power of counsel. He must have intellectual people around him who will be able to give right guidance to him. So that is the imagination of a Rajarshi or a Vijigishu in Kautilya's Arthashastra. Now, towards the end of my talk, I very quickly would like to go through something that I have proposed in a research paper which I've already published. on which I've already worked and I'm elaborating on that work, is how can we try to create a syncretic model where a contemporary Western model of good governance can be juxtaposed with the ancient Indian Kautilian state. So here I present that comparison. If you can see on my left side, you see the 7 prakritis are presented, which are 7 elements of the Kautilian state. They are seven elements can in contemporary world be guided by the UN proposed good governance model, which basically talks about important principles which are foundational guiding principles in order to move in the direction of good governance. They are accountability, transparency, responsiveness, equity and inclusiveness, effectiveness, efficiency, rule of law, participation, and consensus. These are important elements which are foundational principles of modern day good governance state. And I feel if we can juxtapose these 2 models, then we can move in the direction of creating a new syncretic model. I've quickly presented them in the form of a table. For example, what I'm trying to propose is that the Swami, which is one of the element of the Saptanga model of Kautilian Arthashastra, in modern times is the modern day leader, modern day prime minister or the president. What important guiding principle from the good governance framework can be applied to the Swami? That he has to be accountable, answerable to each individual who has elected him or her. The second important prakriti from the Saptanga model, which is Amatya, which are all bureaucratic appointed officials. They are supposed to be guided by the principle of efficiency and effectiveness. They are supposed to work efficiently, and their work has to be effective in nature. It has to produce results. The Janapada is in modern times supposed to be the people or the territory, and this the people has to be given the space to participate, because in the Arthashastra itself, it has been said that when there is a participatory public or participatory Janapada, it contributes to progress of the Rajya. Mantra Sampada Rajyam Vardhate. That's the Kautilya Sutrani. It's coming from Kautilya Sutrani. The Durga is in modern times the infrastructure, right? So the infrastructure has to be catering to everybody. It has to be inclusive. It has to be equitable. The principle of distributive justice and socialism comes over here. The kosher, that is finance, has to be transparent as possible. The danda, that is danda and dharma. In modern times, probably we have an equivalent to the danda and dharma in the form of the constitution. So the constitution is the supreme dharma or the supreme constitutional morality, which need to guide us today in modern times. And the final element is the mitra. So mitra in contemporary times can be interpreted in the form of neighboring states, multinational and transnational corporations, international organizations, and any state is not working in a vacuum or is not working in some kind of a jungle. It is working in the form of where everybody has to participate, everybody has to work together. So consensus orientation and coexistence is something that people have to work towards. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently. And if the organizers request me, then I'm ready to also share some of the snapshots of my presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your comprehensive knowledge. Ma'am, we are truly grateful for your efforts and expertise. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now, I request Madam Dr. Priyanka Singh, coordinator of this seminar. I invite ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Sahita, how are you?
Hello, nice meeting you online.
Yeah, online. Just a minute, yeah. So, it is indeed a privilege to extend a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Sahita Joshi, a very dear friend of mine also. And I happened to meet her at IIS Shimla, and I was really, all I remember about her is the number of languages that she's known, the marathons that she runs, and apart from being an academician, the other, she's a kind of all-in-one package that we can have here today. So with the welcome and delivering my vote of thanks also. So your insightful and thought-provoking talk that we heard on the title, The Idea of Rule, State and Governance in Ancient Indian Texts, Reflections from Kautilya's Earthshastra. So Dr. Joshi, your deep engagement with Kautilya's political philosophy did provide us with fascinating nuanced perspective on governance, stagecraft and diplomacy. Principles that exactly remain strikingly relevant even today. Your meticulous analysis of Earthshastra has not only illuminated the strategic administrative wisdom of ancient India, but has also encouraged us to reflect on its implications for modern governance. Your ability to bridge classical wisdom with contemporary governance debates has truly been inspiring. I actually remember your ability to remember not only the book titles, the authors, and even the page numbers and the lines that you frequently quote. I actually remember, I can recall them till date. So she has a wonderful, ability to present the thoughts with the facts on the spot. The clarity and depth with which you presented these ideas have sparked intellectual curiosity and will undoubtedly encourage further exploration into India's rich political and philosophical traditions. So on behalf of the organizing committee and everyone present here, I extend our sincerest gratitude for your time, your expertise, your invaluable insights. Your contribution to this academic discourse has been deeply enriching, and we look forward to further engaging with your work in future. So we look forward to a long-term association with you, Dr. Joshi. So thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
For all the participants, we are now taking a lunch break. After the lunch break, we'll proceed to technical session 2, wherein you will be joining your respective presentation tracks and deliver your presentations there. I announce once again, it is mandatory for all the people who have registered as presenters to be present in your presentation tracks and deliver your presentations. From 2 to 3:30, we'll have the technical session 2, wherein you'll be present online in your respective tracks. And at 3:30, we'll join the main meet again for the valedictory session.
एक
रमनदीप मैम, आपने टेक्निकल सेशन 2 की पीपीटी रन की हुई है आप? हाँ, यस, नाउ इट इज फाइन. Professor Archana Mishra, ma'am. Yes, ma'am has joined, so we'll be starting with the session. With your permission, ma'am, can we start with the session? Ma'am, yes.
It was, yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. With the permission, can we start with the validity session?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Professor Archana Mishra, Vice Chancellor, B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Sonipat. Respected Principal, Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Aarti Trehan, Dr. Kavita Mehta, Head Department of English and convener of the seminar, respected delegates, and my fellow colleagues. I wish you all a very a good afternoon. We had a wonderful day today. So I again welcome you all to this valedictory session of our one-day national seminar on Indian knowledge system, harmonizing culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought, organized by the Department of English, Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shabad Markanda. The seminar is approved by DGHE Panchkula, Haryana, and it aims to explore the rich intellectual traditions of India and their relevance in contemporary society. It is my absolute honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest for the valedictory session, Professor Archana Mishra. A highly distinguished academician and an inspiring leader in higher education, Professor Mishra currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Sonipat. With a career spanning several decades, she has held several prestigious positions, including serving as Vice Chancellor of Deenbandhu Chotu Ram University of Science and Technology, Murthal. She has also served as Joint Director Colleges, District Higher Education Officer, and Principal of various PG colleges of District of Panchkula. Her academic contributions, leaderships, and research have significantly influenced the fields of education, law, and interdisciplinary studies. Professor Mishra's commitment to academic excellence and institutional development has been instrumental in shaping policies and fostering innovation in higher education. She has actively contributed to numerous research projects, academic committees, and policy frameworks aimed at enhancing the quality of education and research in India. Her dynamic leadership has led to transformative initiatives in curriculum development, research collaborations, and student-centric policies, making her an inspiration for educators and students alike. During her academic and professional journey, she has been conferred numerous awards, some of which include Chancellor's Medal, which is given to the best student, Chancellor's Medal of Allahabad University. She was awarded the Honorable Governor by the Honorable Governor of Haryana for her contribution in the field of education. Birbal Sahni National Golden Jubilee Award. She was also awarded by the Honorable Governor of Haryana for excellent work in women education. She was awarded by the Environment Society of India for outstanding contribution to environment protection and conservation. She was awarded with honor of Best Woman Achiever on Women's Day by Sarthi Society, Sonipat. She also received the YRC Shield by Indian Red Cross Society in the year 2016-17 and 2018-19. These are only, few of the awards that I could just list. Otherwise, the list runs long. So we are truly honored to have Professor Archana Mishra with us today as our chief guest. As we approach to the concluding moments of this one-day national seminar on Indian knowledge system, harmonizing culture, philosophy, science and economic thought, it is time to reflect on the enriching discussions and scholarly deliberations that have taken place during the day. This valedictory session is a moment to express gratitude and even share insights and acknowledge the collective efforts that made this seminar a success. Before that, I would like to invite our principal, Dr. Mrs. Aarti Trehan, to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest of the session, Dr. Mrs. Aarti Trehan.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Archana Mishra Ji, Vice Chancellor Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Sonipat, worthy delegates, faculty members, convener of seminar, Dr. Kavita Mehta, co-convener Dr. Priyanka Singh, organizing secretary, Madam Yogita, and all the members of organizing committee, a very warm greetings to all. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I am here today to welcome you all to the valedictory session of DGHE approved one-day national seminar on Indian knowledge system, harmonizing culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought. At present times, despite the influence of modernization, the Indian knowledge system continues to be a vital part of Indian society and serves as a source of evidence and inspiration for individuals and communities. Its teaching on compassion, acknowledges the interconnectedness of all aspects of existence, from individual to society, from human beings to nature, and from physical to spiritual. Moreover, it has also played a crucial role in shaping the Indian way of life, promoting harmony and balance, and instilling a deep sense of spirituality and community. Its influence is still visible in day-to-day India, making it a crucial aspect of the country's identity and heritage. This event has brought together some of the most distinguished academicians, educators, and stakeholders from across the nation to discuss and deliberate upon one of the most critical aspects of Indian knowledge system, to give insights on its significant contributions to humanity. At the heart of today's seminar lied a shared aspiration to explore innovative strategies, sustainable practices, and collaborative approaches from Indian knowledge system that can redefine the standard of education and society in our country. To grace the valedictory session of today's national seminar, we have a luminary as our chief guest, Professor Archana Mishra Ji, Vice Chancellor Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Sonipat. Madam, you are a leader whose vision, expertise, and tireless dedication to the cause of education have left an indelible mark. It is my privilege and honor to extend a warm welcome to you, our esteemed chief guest, Professor Archana Mishra Ji. Madam, you are a distinguished scholar and inspiring academic leader and have made remarkable contributions to the field of education. Your vast academic and administrative experience, including your tenure as Vice Chancellor, and your leadership roles in number of esteemed institutions speaks volumes of your dedication to the field of education. Your benign presence today graces our occasion. Once again, Madam, a very warm welcome to you. We eagerly look forward to your invaluable address. We also express our heartfelt gratitude to you for sparing your valuable time. I also extend my gratitude to all the delegates and faculty members who have joined us today from all over India for the national seminar and made it successful. I also express my gratitude and congratulations to all the members of organizing committee, convener of this seminar, Dr. Kavita Mehta, co-convener, Dr. Priyanka Singh, organizing secretary, Madam Yogita, present here for their commitment and efforts in making this event a reality and success. Let us work together on actionable strategies and transformative ideas to inculcate Indian knowledge system in the field of education and society. With these words, thank you. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, ma'am. To encapsulate these key takeaways of today's seminar, I now invite Ms. Yogita Sahani to present the seminar report.
Ma'am, good afternoon all. I hereby present the report of the seminar. Director General Higher Education approved one-day national seminar on the topic Indian Knowledge System, Harmonizing Culture, Philosophy, Science and Economic Thought was organized at Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shabat Markanda by the Department of English in hybrid mode. The program was divided into 4 sessions, including inaugural and valedictory sessions. The inaugural session started with a lamp lighting followed by Saraswati Vandana. In the inaugural session, the Chief Guest Professor Sachidanand Mohanty, National Fellow IIAS Shimla, Member UGC Ministry of Education, Government of India, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha, India, and keynote speaker Professor Joya Chakravarti, former Head Department of English, former Head Department of Education, former Dean Faculty of Arts, and former Director School of Humanities, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, were given formal welcome by the college principal, Dr. Mrs. Aarti Trehan. In welcome address, college principal, Dr. Mrs. Aarti Trehan, expressing her gratitude to all the distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, emphasized the significance of studying and promoting the Indian knowledge system, which has shaped not only India's cultural identity, but has also contributed to world civilizations. After this, Dr. Kavita Mehta, convener of the seminar, presented the theme of the seminar and set the tone of the seminar. Professor Joya Chakravarti, the keynote speaker of the inaugural session, highlighted her views on holistic nature of India's intellectual traditions and their relevance in the modern world. She highlighted how ancient Indian philosophy, science, and economics were deeply interconnected, fostering a sustainable and knowledge-driven society. She spoke about the scientific advancement of ancient India, such as Ayurveda, yoga, and Vedic mathematics, which continue to influence contemporary research. She also stressed the need to revive and integrate Indian knowledge systems into modern education, ensuring that traditional wisdom complements technological and economic progress. The chief guest, Professor Sachidanand Mohanty, congratulated the college for conducting the seminar on such a knowledgeable topic of today's scenario. In his presidential address, he highlighted the vastness of India's traditional knowledge and its application in modern times. He elaborated on how ancient Indian wisdom is deeply embedded in the fields of literature, science, medicine, and economics. Proving its timeless relevance, he discussed how ancient texts like the Vedas, Upanishads, and Arthashastra offer profound insights into governance, ethics, and sustainable living. After this, Dr. Kavita Mehta, convener of the seminar, thanked the chief guest and the keynote speaker of the inaugural session. The first technical session was coordinated by Ms. Rajni Dhawan, who welcomed and introduced the resource persons, Dr. Javed Iqbal Bhatt, PG Department of English, South Campus, University of Kashmir, and Dr. Sanhita Joshi, Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai, Maharashtra. In plenary talk 1, resource person Dr. Javed Iqbal presented his views on the topic Exporting Ideas, a review of the literary heritage of Kashmir from the classic period to the current. He said that the literary heritage of Kashmir, spanning from the classic period to the present, reflects a rich tradition of philosophical, poetic, and intellectual contributions that have influenced both Indian and global literary landscapes. He said that the advent of Persian and Urdu literature during medieval times enriched Kashmiri literary culture, fostering a blend of Indic and Persian traditions. The literary evolution showcases Kashmir as a land of intellectual depth, artistic expression, and enduring cultural synthesis, exporting profound ideas to the world. In plenary talk 2, resource person Dr. Sanhita Joshi presented her views on the topic Idea of Rule, State, and Governance in Ancient Indian Text, Reflections from Kautilya's Arthashastra. She highlighted Kautilya's pragmatic approach to the statecraft, where the ruler's primary duty is to ensure stability, prosperity, and security through strategic policy making and efficient governance. She emphasized that the Arthashastra is not merely an ancient text, but a manual of political realism that continues to offer valuable insights for modern governance. From combating corruption to ensure national security and economic stability, its principles remain relevant today. In second technical session, presentations were given by the participants in 6 parallel presentation tracks in both online and physical mode. Dr. Anju, Dr. Dipali Mathur, Dr. Suruchi, Dr. Neha Parekh, Dr. Kusum Kangar, and Dr. Dinesh Kumar chaired the presentation tracks. A total of 132 participants presented their papers and 159 participants, 559 scholars participated in the seminar. After the lunch break, the valedictory session was coordinated by Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-convener of the seminar. The chief guest of the valedictory session, Professor Archana Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Sonipat, former Vice Chancellor, Deen Bandhu Choturam University of Science and Technology, Murthal, Haryana, was given formal welcome by the college principal, Dr. Mrs. Aarti Trehan. Thank you. Now I invite co-convener of the seminar, Dr. Priyanka Singh, for further proceeding of the valedictory session.
Thank you, Yogita ma'am, for the comprehensive report. Without further ado, I now invite Professor Archana Mishra to deliver the valedictory address. Ma'am, your mic is muted.
Now it's okay?
Yes, ma'am. The session is yours.
Yes, a very good afternoon to all. Principal of this college, Adi Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahbad Markanda, and Dr. Aarti Trehan, and other faculty members, Dr. Kavita Mehta, convener of this program, faculty members from other from far off areas, they are attending this seminar, and dear students, I think students are also there. It's a privilege to speak on a topic that holds deep relevance in our ever-evolving world, the Indian knowledge system. We call it IKS many times, and its harmonious integration of culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought. The Indian knowledge system is not merely a collection of ancient wisdom, but a dynamic, interconnected framework that encompasses multiple aspects of life, It is a system where culture, philosophy, science, and economics are interwoven in a way that that emphasizes the balance of both material and spiritual well-being. Let's begin with culture. At the heart of Indian culture lies the pursuit of harmony, harmony with nature, with oneself, and with the world around us. Whether through the practice of yoga, the wisdom of ancient texts like the Bhagavad Gita, or the community-oriented celebrations, Indian culture reminds us of the importance of holistic living. Moving on to philosophy, India has been a cradle for profound intellectual thought, from the early Upanishads to the teachings of Buddha and Adi Shankaracharya. Indian philosophers have engaged with deep questions about existence, consciousness, and the nature of reality. One of the most significant aspects of Indian philosophy is the focus on the concept of dharma, or righteous living, which helps in understanding one's purpose and duty in life. Further, Indian contributions to science have often been overlooked, but they are both vast and groundbreaking. Ancient Indian scholars, many scholars have made remarkable strides in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, metallurgy, all while integrating philosophical concepts into their scientific work. We all are aware that we all know about different examples from our old ancient system. Finally, we come to economic thought. Ancient Indian texts such as Arthashastra by Kautilya, or Chanakya we call him, provide detailed guidance on governance, taxation, trade, and law. Indian economic thought focuses on not just the accumulation of wealth, but also on the welfare of society and the environment in today's world, where economic growth often comes at the cost of nature and social equity. India's ancient system, we can say that India's ancient wisdom can serve as the much needed guide for sustainable development. In conclusion, the Indian knowledge system is a testament to the unity of all human endeavors. We all know that when we talk of environment, we can say that old Indian system, Indian system was full of, we had very positive thoughts about environment. We have connected all our deities with one plant, or all our festivals with one plant or other, and we have connected all our deities with one animal. So if we will worship that deity, that god or that deity, we will never harm that animal. So this focuses our thought towards conservation of environment, conservation of animals, conservation of plants, and conservation of total environment. And similarly, this happens when we plant, we give so much importance to tulsi, we give so much importance to other plants, and when these plants, we are giving importance to these plants, we will never destroy these plants. So all these plants, we all know tulsi is very important. Tulsi is antiviral. Tulsi is very important, for cough, cold, and is a very positive plant. Very positive vibrations are there. So all plants and animals, they have been conserved. Our culture says that plants and animals should be conserved, and we have incorporated plants and animals in such a way in all our festivals. Different plants are used in festivals, in all our rituals. So we can say that we give so much importance to plants and animals, and we conserve these plants and animals in that way. So towards conclusion, I would say it shows us that science, culture, philosophy, and economics are not isolated fields, but these are not isolated fields, but these fields are interconnected and interconnected aspects of life, I can say. A society that embraces this holistic view can achieve not only material prosperity, but also a spiritual and societal well-being. Whenever we think of Ganesh ji, we all know that Ganesh ji's, this kind of surgery is not possible. Even today, we can't do this kind of surgery. Ganesh and Daksh Prajapati, two most important examples from our ancient culture. We can give these two examples that our ancestors they were so good. They were so they were so good in medical field that they were able to transplant heads of, like for example in case of Ganesh ji and Daksh Prajapati. So let's turn to these ancient teachings for guidance in creating a more sustainable, compassionate and enlightened future. I am very thankful to principal of this college, Ari Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahabad Markanda, Dr. Aarti Trehan, and also convener of this program, Dr. Kavita Mehta, for inviting me and for giving me this platform so that I was able to interact with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening words and for gracing this occasion with your presence. Ma'am, if your time permits, can we invite delegate feedback in your presence? If your time permits us, it'll just take 5 minutes. Yeah. It is time to invite the feedback from our participating members. So the seminar is truly successful when it leaves a lasting impact on its participants. To gain valuable insights into their experience, we now invite some of our esteemed attendees to share their feedback. And one of our delegates, Dr. Preeti from Lord Krishna College of Education, Barara, she is present here in person. Ma'am, your very brief feedback, please.
Good afternoon, respected professors, distinguished guests, and my fellow speakers. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we come to the conclusion of this insightful seminar. As we reflect on the sessions we have attended, the knowledge we have gained, and the conversations we have had, I can say without a doubt that this seminar had been a truly enriching experience. The expert speakers, each bringing their unique perspectives, not only shared their vast knowledge, but also engaged us in thought-provoking discussions. One of the key highlights of this seminar was the opportunity to engage in discussions with peers from diverse backgrounds. These exchanges were incredibly valuable as they allowed us to see the topic from multiple angles. The sessions were designed not only to impart knowledge, but also to encourage critical thinking, problem solving. Many of us, myself included, walked into this seminar with questions and doubts, and we leave with a better understanding. Also mention the excellent organization and management of the seminar. From the smooth registration process to the well-coordinated sessions, everything was executed flawlessly. The team behind the event deserves our heartfelt thanks for their hard work and dedication, which ensured that we had an enjoyable, informative experience. As we come to the end of the seminar, I would like to express my sincere gratitude from all the fellow speakers and participants. I believe that each of us has gained not just knowledge, but also inspiration. As we move forward, let us carry the spirit of curiosity, learning, and collaboration that this has instilled in us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti. Dr. Meenal Batra from Arya College, Panipat. If you're on, Dr. Preeti. Okay. Mr. Parveen Kumar from Tamil Nadu. you wanted to give your feedback.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
First, I would like to thank the management and Department of English of Kare Kanya Mahavidyalayam, Shabad Markanda. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries and resource persons, delegates and participants who have graced this event with their presence. And their contributions have truly made this conference a platform for learning and growth and inspiration. So this conference stands as a testament to our dedication to our Indian knowledge and system and innovation. So that the discussions we had will surely guide us in shaping a brighter future for education and research. Let us take forward these insights we gain here and apply them in our respective fields, ensuring that our collective efforts lead to meaningful progress. As we bid farewell to this event, let us not say goodbye, but rather see this as the beginning of new collaborations and aspirations. Wishing everyone continued success and hoping to meet again in future academic endeavors. Thank you, everyone. Especially, I would like to thank Dr. Kavita Mehta for this opportunity and for her seamless conducting this event, this conference, which contributes of around 200 to 300 scholars, which is not an easy job. And thank you for the college management, and thank you, Dr. Kavita Mehta, for this. And thanks to all the dignitaries here and for this wonderful endeavor. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. The feedbacks definitely bring a smile to our face. Anyone else? Is Meenal Batra there? Okay. In that case, I think it is time that we conclude this academic journey, and it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude. For that, I request Dr. Kavita Mehta, the convener of the seminar, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Priyanka, co-convener of the seminar, for inviting me to extend the formal vote of thanks. As we are going to draw the curtains of this enlightening seminar, I stand before you with a heart brimming with gratitude, entrusted with the honor of expressing a deepest appreciation. On behalf of the Department of English, it is my privilege to extend the profound vote of thanks to our esteemed chief guest of the valedictory session, Professor Archana Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ambedkar National Law University, Sonipat, and former Vice Chancellor of the Deen Bandhu Chotu Ram University of Science and Technology, Murthal, whose gracious presence has lent both gravitas and inspiration to this valedictory session. Madam, your words have
Madam, please unmute your mic, madam.
Kavita ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Pardon? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Madam, your words have not merely marked the conclusion of this gathering, but have illuminated its very essence. Your address, wrapped with wisdom, you have woven together the threads of tradition and modernity, leaving us with the reflection that will resonate far beyond these halls. Your insights into Indian philosophy, the heart of the Indian culture, and environment sustainability have not only enriched our understanding, but have stirred within us a renewed sense of purpose, sense of energy to seek, to question, and to embrace the vastness of Indian knowledge system with open minds and eager hearts. In the midst of your many commitments, your presence here today is a testament to your unwavering dedication to the pursuit of knowledge. We are profoundly grateful to the generosity of your time, the depth of your thoughts, and the inspiration you have imparted. With the deepest respect and the warmest gratitude, I once again thank my heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Mishra. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my warm thanks to the principal of the college, Dr. Aarti Trehan, for her constant support, Equally, I extend my sincere appreciation to the distinguished speakers, panelists, and the participants whose voice have shaped this seminar into a confluence of intellect and inquiry. To the organizing committee whose tireless efforts have orchestrated this gathering with a seamless precision, I offer my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who make this event successful directly or indirectly. As the seminar draws to a close, let it not be an end but the beginning of the continued discourse of renewed curiosity and of an enduring commitment to the wisdom that binds culture, philosophy, science, and economic thought in a timeless embrace. Thank you all. Have an enlightful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Before we part ways, let us all now rise for the national anthem as a tribute to our great nation.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we bring this enlightening seminar to a close. A sincere thanks to all our distinguished guests, speakers, participants, my fellow organizers for making this event a grand success. Wish you all a wonderful evening ahead. The feedback link is shared in the chat box of this meet. Kindly give your session-wise feedback. Link in the chat box of this Google Meet. We are sharing it. Just a moment. Madam Ramandi, please share the feedback link. Sir, the feedback form is shared in the Google Meet link. Once you submit your feedback form, please allow us 1 week to send your certificates.
मैम इसके लिए फिर जो क्या
Please
बोलते हैं
ensure
इसको, जैसे हमने अटेंड किया है तो उसकी वो तो एक अटेंडेंस तो होती है ना?
हाँ जी
कॉलेज
सर,
को देना पड़ेगा, कॉलेज को हमें देना पड़ेगा ना
हाँ
कि
जी,
वो अटेंड किया।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, आपको हम देंगे, तभी आपसे ये फीडबैक फॉर्म भरवा रहे हैं। यहाँ से आपकी अटेंडेंस भी इंश्योर हो रही है और आपके सर्टिफिकेट भी इसी के थ्रू ही आएंगे।
थैंक यू।
Once you fill the feedback form, a mail confirming your attendance